piringa tupuna wale, te wale tapu o ngā rauru kitai, ala koia tēnei ko ngā paio. Ai tikanga ke o ki mai ai ki te au kāinga, konei tukutuku atu i ngā kupu i ngā kōrero, mā tātou. Rere nui mā, e roa mā, wero koutou i ngā piringa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Tēnā tātou i ngā timi aitua koe i ngā haere, i te au i te motu, tai noa rā ki ngā wanaunga koe rere atu nei, i te waro unanga e una i te tangata. Nua reira ko tērā o ngauri, o ngā tipaurua, o ngā rauru kitai, ana ko Victor Gola tērā, e tangi ia nei tēnei wā, o re tōku tuakana e Victor aere, rere atu, rere atu, rere atu. Ka ngā tura te kiro ki tō tātou waka aotea, ana ki roto ngā tura nui a pokiwa, ki roto tā ngā oe, e ngā iwi, ki a koe o ki e pil, parongo rā te kōru kua i ngā tura koe, nua reira i te karanga wanaung, tēnei tonu rātou iwi o ngā rauru, i tangi ki kapakawa ke nei ki a koe. Nua reira ngā mate, moe e moe rarau mai rā i ngā whae o te rangi e tū nei. Nua reira rātou ki a rātou, ko tātou tēnei a rātou uki, kia tātou e pai nei unga te mata te wenua, Māori tūkirunga tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Greetings and welcome to one and all, as we take this opportunity to acknowledge our many loved ones that have left this world and have flown on to the realm or to the spirit world. And recently, Victor Gola, Wananga Victor Gola, has now made the journey to the afterworld. So we take this time to acknowledge all of our mate. And just this morning I heard about our Wananga Phil King. Again, our condolences to the whānau, and may the many blessings be bestowed upon all of our whānau that are grieving at this time. So as the old people would say, the orators would always state, our loved ones are always in our hearts, and let them rest. Let them rest within the bonds of the sacred world of the spirits. And then, of course, to us here today, the living, we should carry on. We should carry on and do what we need to do here on earth. So again, blessings and greetings to everyone. As you can see, well, I hope you can see, here's some of the whānau here. We're actually at Waipapa. We are following the COVID structures and rules. So there's less than 25 here. Actually, there's less than 25 all up here. So we're following those rules to the T. But it's only right that we come back to the marae, the last Wananga. Thank you for your feedback. What a great Wananga that was. And that was around Waipapa. And I did mention that Wananga, that it's only proper that we come here to the marae. This is our home, our sacred place, our ahika. So here we are. And those of us that are at home, kia ora koutou, and throughout the world, I understand some linking in from America, so that, yeah, good on you, kapai, good to see. But yeah, we've got our whānau here, so just over here, you can't too much, she's just out of frame. There's Kirsten, tēnā koe, and also tēnā koe, our cousin. Yeah, man of a few words. Mahanga, and then of course we've got James, tēnā koe, James, who's also looking after our pai, and you have been for a while now, James, tēnā koe. And of course, Tapirangi is here as well. Portonga is here. I'll tell you what happened. He wanted a cigarette, so he's gone down the shop. And Anaru Phillips said, "Oh, come on, Koro, you can jump on the car with me." And that's where they are at the moment. So they'll probably be back once he's had his fix. Anyway, yeah, and that's how we roll with Tātou Mā. But I'm going to hand you over now to Mahanga, just to take us through, well, he can explain what he's going to do. So kia ora, Maha.
Oh, tēnā ki Rauru, koe te pau kōrero o tēnei wānanga. Tēnā koutou ngā uri o ngā ariki, ngā wairiki, ngā te paurua, ngā Rauru uri, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome whānau, welcome everyone. Exciting to be here. Just before we kick off, just want to acknowledge our last wānanga. The feedback has been really wonderful, and our people have appreciated this being recorded because a lot of them cannot be here online, and I've had the opportunity to check out the recording. We've had a high number of whānau checking out the recording and really appreciating the opportunity of our wānanga being recorded. So yeah, appreciate if you keep your buttons on muted. There will be an opportunity for part-time, and Cousin Rauru will take our questions following lunch. To go, Cuz? Oh no, yeah, following lunch. And so today, session 1, so there are 2 sessions. Session 1 has begun now, and we plan to break for lunch from 12 to 1. And then session 2 from 1 to 4. However, session 1 is planned from now to 12 o'clock, but if the kōrero is flowing, we're going to carry it on to 1 o'clock. Then we'll have lunch from 1 to 2, and then we'll come back for session 2 from 2 to 4. So kei te pai whānau, so settle in. Yeah, if you have any questions, the opportunity for you to ask questions following lunch. Cousin Rauru has some awesome videos to reference to support our wānanga here. And I think that's it from us. And God bless you all. Wonderful to see you here, wānau. Beautiful. Awesome. So just before handing it over to Rauru. So Waipapa Marae Trust is on a mission. We are on a journey to connect with you, our people, to reconnect us all back home to our marae, sharing knowledge, skills, and innovative learning that will support and help sustain our marae culturally, environmentally, and economically. And so every month we will be conducting online wānanga. And so, welcome everyone, and let's enjoy today's session. Mauri ora, kia ora rā.
Oh, tēnā no tātou. Thank you very much, Mahanga, for those explanations for our wānau. And we've just got a couple more wānau that have joined us here, Huirua and Toko. So it's good to see that the wari is filling up. Just to remember, we can't let it full over 25, but the wari koe is there as well. Okay, so today we're talking about Kawa and Tikanga. And the wānau, I'm going to be speaking with them as well. So it's just, you won't be hearing just me in my comments. But I wanted to start off by saying that in terms of Kawa and Tikanga, the first question often asked is, what is Kawa and Tikanga? What is it? And what's the difference between the two? So what I'm going to do right now is just explain it at a basic level. And as Mahanga said, I've got some videos that will come in and also will play to support what's being said. They're all in English too. So I just want to talk about that part. Yes, this is in English. There will be a time where we will run some of these sessions i roto I te reo Māori. So we're going back to the essence and going back to the source of our culture, and te reo Māori is one of those. But we opted to speak in English as we understand that the majority of our people that not only live at home but outside of the home fires are very familiar with Te Reo Pākehā, the English language, and that's why this is in English at this point in time. And it's just a beginning, he tīmatanga rā tēnei for us. And as Mahanga said, and it's about, bringing everyone together and working well together. This is really the basis and the foundation of these Wananga. It's about bringing everyone together to know about each other, to know about our culture, to know about our reo and tikanga and so forth, but and also where we can also work well together as well. Anyway, those are the explanations. Here we go. So what is kawa and tikanga? There's many interpretations, and this is but one. Go by. You may have your knowledge base, and we fully respect that. But what kawa is, it's the natural flow, the natural way. It's a guide, and it's the natural law of life and of the universe. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, the sun in the morning rises from the east, and then it'll set in the west. Now, that's natural law. A tree grows from the ground up. That's natural law. That's what that is. That's not man-made, nor can man actually control that. They can't go out there and say, "Oh, sun, I don't want you to come out that way this morning. I want you to come out another way." Yeah, well, it's not going to happen. So that's what kawa is, right? Now, when we're talking about kawa and tikanga on the marae, kawa comes from the gods, right? From the elements, make it a bit more easier. It comes from the elements, right? So nature is kawa. So again, nature is kawa, kawa is nature. That's what that is. Now, an example, hongi, which a lot of us shouldn't be doing, but we still do. So hongi. Hongi is a kawa. Now, according to the West, right? That's kawa. So it's ruled or guided by the elements. It's guided by the universe. That's what kawa is. Now, let's look at one of our tikanga that we do, and it's hongi, the pressing of noses. Right. Now, the kawa behind that, some iwi say it was Tane, the god of the forest, gave breath to his daughter Hineahuri. Now, that's one story. And that's where the hongi process comes. So you're giving your breath to someone else. So it's a form of give and take, coming together, being at one with each other, right? Hongi. Now, so the kawa goes back to Tane and here in Aotearoa, right? That's the kawa bit. According to our people of Ngā Rauru, the hongi came when the sky and the earth, rangi and papa, separated. They have an everlasting hongi, which is the rain that comes down from the sky to the earth, right? And then, the water cycle, right? Again, that water will evaporate and go back up to the sky. So that's our background story of where hongi come from. Rangi and papa have a background. Hongi comes from that story of rangi and papa, forever connected through water, right? So at the end of the day, that's the kawa bit. The hongi is actually the practice, all right? That's according to our people. I know Te Arawa have a different story. I know different other iwi have a different interpretation. But ours is kawa is the story of why that kawa is done, right? Tikanga is the practice. I hope we can see that there. And the word tika means correct. So this is the correct way to back up the story. The story is talking about, I'll give you another example, taking off the shoes before you come into the wari. Now, the kōrero, or the story, is that outside is Tūmatauenga, the god of war and all that sort of stuff. Inside is the god of peace, here in the wari, rongo, right? One of the atua. So you take your shoes off. Back in the day when they didn't have shoes, or they had a form of jandal, it was called a pāraira, form of jandal made from flax and stuff. What they would do back in the day is that they'll wash their feet before they come into the wari. So the wari is your temple, right? Yeah, your wari is your temple. You come in here, and you don't bring all that stuff from outside, negativity, rah, from outside in to the whare. So that's the background story, our background story, kawa, as to why we don't wear shoes inside. And the other practical stuff, tikanga's practical as well, right? We don't want to bring dirty feelings. Oh, it's raining at the moment, right? So you don't want to dirty the floor. It makes sense, right? But the kawa is the story, right? And the tikanga is the practice. Take the shoes off, come in. And what are you doing there? You're making sure that the outside stuff doesn't come inside. Number one. Number two, you're making sure you're not going to do the floor. Yeah, it's quite simple. So kapai. So kawa is our background story. Tikanga is what you do. Pōhiri. Pōhiri on the marae, right? The pōhiri goes back again, the kawa goes back to the separation of before the separation of rangi and papa. When the elements or the gods were talking, there was a big pōhiri. I'm just cutting the story down short. There was a pōhiri. And then the tuakanga, the senior members of the elements, the children of rangi and papa, and then the junior children of rangi and papa, the sky and the earth, they had a pōhiri with each other. And then another story is that when the separation happened, the Big Bang, right, over millions and millions and millions of years. See, these aren't just stories. They're backed up by scientific proof. So when the sky and the earth were separated, the pōhiri was when they brought the sun in. They were calling in the sun, the word of life, right? So what do we do on the marae? The tikanga, the practice is pōhiri. So I hope you can get this whole idea. So kawa is the background story, the reason why it's done. And often it'll go back to the elements, to the gods that we live in. Or some kawa were all from the gods, but some kawa, our tupuna would look at the background story, right? And then they'll set the tikanga as to how it would work in a practical sense, right? Now, I did mention tikanga is also a practical thing. It's a common sense. Say what? I'm sorry. I'm just going to go through this part, and I'll come over to our matua potoa. So, I just hope that we get that part pretty clearly. That kawa is from the nature, kapai, and what our gods, which is really the elements. Tane is not a god; it's the tree. We're not looking at something spooky behind it. Tangaroa is the sea. It's not something spooky or some god type thing that's going to come out. It is the sea. And it's all spiritual. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll play a video very soon, but te pāpā, kia hoi, pāpā.
Ia te tikanga o te tokotoko I roto I te whare.
Come on.
Ki te hau ki Pūtiki, ka ora mai ngā rangatira I roto I te whare, ka whakatoko tō rātou o rātou tokotoko ki te teku I roto I te whare.
Whare nui?
Ai.
Come on. I'll translate that. So our papa here, Porton, is asking a question. He recalls a time at Pūtiki Marae in Wanganui where the elders would take their tokotoko, their talking sticks, it's not a walking stick, talking stick, into the ancestral house, Te Paku o Te Rangi, down there at Pūtiki, and he asked why would they do that? What was the reason behind that? The tokotoko is a talking stick used by orators, kai kōrero. And they're tapu. They've got their own mana. They've got their own authority because they're used to speaking. So they're used on formal occasions, right? Number one. So the whare is a formal place. The whare kai is formal, yes, but it's more relaxed. Here, this is more formal. We have our tupuna here on the wall, as we do in the whare kai here at Waipapa. But there's ceremonies that are done in this particular whare that won't be done in the whare kai. Example, a tūpapaku can be brought in. It can't be taken into the whare kai, see? So this is a formal spiritual place, physical as well, which is the whare. and the dining room or dining hall is the more relaxed, although it also has its formalities as well, but not as spiritual and not as formal as it is with a wari. So because a toko is a sacred kao, it will be taken into the wari and placed in. Come on.
Kei te pai ki konei.
Oh, ki
Kia
konei.
mau ki tō toko I roto I tēnei whare, tēnei te pātai I have seen. I ki te hau te tangata, e māwana ki kana toko I roto I te whare nei. And I have seen others hang them up or put them on the floor. Just from my experience, I'm not sure what the tikanga is. That's why I asked that question for my own benefit.
Oh, ka pai. So, ka pai. So both you and I at Te Papa have brought out toko in here. So yes, so we've done that. Well, you're very much correct. Because the toko, the backstory, goes back to Tāne Tokorai. This is Tāne, but see the toko, this is the main toko here. Right? This is the main toa. Who separated Rangi and Papa. That's the purpose of this. Yes, so he's here all the time. Not all what happened, but this is the toko here. This is Tāne Tokorai. Yeah.
So that's useful for all of us who may have ambitions to be a kai kōrero and to carry a toko. So we need to know.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I can see the point of your puzzle, of your question. Yeah, we need to know. Yeah, we do. We need to know. So, can you hold a toko? Oh, when you're strong enough to speak, our papa holds one. Yeah, because he holds one because, your father, for example, we gave him the mentor to speak. And that's why you speak. And the other old people, of course, but to forget him as well. And yeah, you can hold a toko as you do. As you do, but I can understand the pathway because it's out there for our other one to understand. But be a good speaker as well, and it's good to hear James.
It's the small details that can derail us and ridicule us. So, ko te mōi o tātou I nai nei. Nā mahi tika. Mai te kōrero o te whiti ki reira when he was arrested and Tana kōrero ki tana iwi hoki atu ki o koutou kāinga ki reira whakapariaka mai ai. Ko te rere ke ki parihaka, there's no tūmatauenga on that marae.
That's right.
It's all inside.
Yeah.
So, should we adopt that?
Yeah, we have at times, as you know. But when we want to bring tūmatauenga out,
Ka puta mai te tikanga tu. I roto I tērā, wai koutou. Tō koutou mahi ki konei.
But for us, Tiwi, if you're a strong speaker, or if that's one of your desires, and once you become a very skilled speaker, orator, by all means, there's lessons to learn. You need to learn how to use a toko. And those sorts of things. But ka tika te pātai, tēnā koe te pāpā. Right now, I'm going to go to, here she is. I'm going to go to a video, and the purpose of this video is just to look at some of our stories. A lot of people say that they're just fairy tales. They're a bit like Little Miss Muffet, sit on the tuffet, what about this Maui stuff? Fishing up his fish, which is the North Island. What is that really? What is that sort of stuff? This is all about kawa and tikanga. So our first video, and kia ora, Kirsten, is the first Maori navigators. Just a acknowledgement to Hoturoa Kerr. Hoturoa is a captain of Waka, and he's sailed from here over to the islands numerous times. But the main point to get out of this particular video here, the main point is it's looking at the stories about Maui and what are they really. So have a watch of this. Kia ora tata. To sort of focus on was around the Maui stories, and the speaker that you may have just seen as a captain of waka, an actual waka, waka tupuna waka horua. And he sailed around the whole Pacific Ocean over the last 20 years. So he talks about Maui, and he takes away that myth, really, because in terms of our stories behind every myth, and this is a phrase that I like, or a saying, really, behind every myth there's a truth. So with the Maui story, it's talking about Maui and most of the islands of the Pacific. Talk about Maui fishing up the island from the depths of the sea. But the depth of that and the reality of it, it's talking about discovery. He actually fished it up with his eyes. So he saw the island that we know now as Aotearoa. So he saw it. So he discovered thousands upon thousands of years ago. So that's what that's really talking about. So our stories have truth. But like many cultures, a lot of those stories that we hear about, Neptune and so forth, there's truth behind it. But putting fantastic pictures behind the story and fantastic stories behind that story, the true story, the real story, is something that is a universal thing. Many cultures do this, and they do it. One of the reasons why they do it is to keep it fantastic and sort of out there, is because as to keep the story going throughout the years, throughout the generations. Because if it was something simple like Saint Nicholas, yeah, he was a person, he was a giver, he was a person that contributed, he gave gifts. No one will really keep that story going. But you put this Nicholas into a big fat red suit, put a beard on him, make his home the South Pole or North Pole wherever he lives, and then he comes down your chimney and gives you presents. Oh man, you're going to keep that story going for years and years and years. And this is how we capture the generations, right? And that's really a lot of our stories. They are spiritual. There are spiritual events that did happen. I'm not watering that down. No, there are spiritual things that did happen. But about going back to Maui, for example, yeah, he discovered these islands. And this was the way that our ancestors described the discovery. He hid in a waka one day, the waka of his brothers. They went fishing. And then suddenly he put his rod out, and then he fished up what we know as the North Island today. That's one quarter. Another quarter can, go a bit deeper than that, which it's talking about molten lava. It's talking about over millions and millions of years, the land coming out of the sea, right? Over millions and millions of years. So the point here, what is the point here? The point here is that our stories are true. It's just you've got to sit down and sort of analyze it. Santa Claus is true. The story behind it, the backstory, right? And all of those sorts of things. So that's what we're talking about here. At the end of the day, it's filled with the mist out here. You can see out here, keep the mist out here. But once the mist lifts, and you can see the actual story. E tātou mā. So yeah, that was really the point of the video that we didn't see, but we'll send out the link later on today. E tātou mā. But there's just a couple of our whānau that have just stepped out, but I'll bring them back in because we want to have a bit of a quarter with some of the whānau here. E tātou mā later on. So yeah, at the end of the day, looking at the backstory of things, which is the Kawa, and from there is built the tikanga. The tikanga is created from those backstories. That's our Kawa. Now, who can create tikanga? We've got the Kawa bit, right? We understand that. Who can create it? Can you just go and say, for a marae I'm talking about, for a hapu I'm talking about for Lily, can you just sit down there and just say, well, I think that guy knows a bit. I heard you saying a few Māori words. Let's all get together and can we create it from there? Not so. It's really the learned ones. And today, they're not only old people. The learned people today are not only old people. It's younger people that know. What do they have to know? Well, they have to know the foundation of our culture. They got to know what the tikanga are. They got to know te reo Māori and so on and so forth. And then they sit in a group and they analyse over many months, even years, to create new tikanga. I mean, here's a tikanga that we're doing right now. Here we are. We're on Zoom. We're on Zoom and we're running a Wananga on Zoom. And as we know, over the last couple of years, due to COVID, we've sadly, we've even farewelled our mati this way. So it's a new tikanga must continue, because if you don't use it, you'll lose it. Ka pai? So we're in the modern world now. We're here in today in the modern world, and we've got to keep up with the times. This is our environment. But the core values, must also be adhered to at all times as well. So yeah, so that's just a little spiel from me, but I'm not too sure where Mahanga's gone, but no, it's okay. We've got Toko, James, Huilua, and Kirsten here at this time. Tēnā koutou. Just around, I just want to bring it back to Waipapa, the conversation. Here, with you've got a couple of trusts that you have here. Is that right? Maybe you're closer to me, Kirsten. Just around tikanga, how does that come into the trust? And don't talk about what you do on the trust, but is there much tikanga at this point in time that you follow?
As I understand it, the charitable trust Manaki is the reservation trust and the aspirations of the people for the development of the marae and the events that need to be held.
And how's that going in terms of is that support going well?
So far, as long as I've been involved, it's actually doing really well. Yeah.
Cool. So in terms of some of the tikanga, what would you do? Would you you start with the karakia at the actual meeting. So yeah, was there any outstanding stuff that you do or
Ai ngā rā o mua ko ngā karakia kaiti ana ngā karakia whako. E rā wā kai te hoha ke matua o uiua kai a Jim. When we started adopting karakia Māori, some of the younger generation, and they never said amen at the end. Kora Jim started to moan, but if you fellas never end your karakia with an amen, why not? So we had to explain, well, they had to explain to him. I'm sitting back cruising and trying to learn all this stuff. And I'm sympathetic with Jim, but then I'm thinking, well, it's a new world and ka tika mai maranga mai ana ngā rauru, me tō mātou reo, me tō mātou tikanga, and I'm not a Christian, so I don't care if you abandon Christianity, or rather hear our karakia Māori tino a tāhua, and for me they have a much more spiritual meaning than Adam and Eve. Give me a break. And we learned from those old people that they didn't regard themselves as inferior or superior to nature. but just a part of nature. And that's when I got into trouble with Koro, when I started to talk about that minister under Samuel Marsden, who went to Marsden and said the Maori people have a superior cultural system and superior to the teachings of Christ. And Koro made me shut up. Marsden's answer was, and this gives you the real answer to the whole thing, the Maori culture is an abomination because they pay too much respect to nature. And the Christians came and said, thou shalt have dominion over the birds and the bees and the trees. Well, they knew that one, right?
Yeah.
So who has the superior culture? Which culture is superior? I believe Maori people should have been left to their own devices because we would have done a lot better. We wouldn't be where we are today. I had to wake up at the age of 30, tamate taku matua, and come through the tangi at Kaiwi, and I'm sitting there and I can't say a word and I can't participate. And I thought there and then I have to learn. Well, I'm still learning. So that's the conflict.
You bring up a good point, Papa Potonga kia. He brings up a good point, is that it's about it's about those old karakia, and that's us. I mean, that's our culture. That's who we are, and understanding our customs and our traditions, which is exactly what this whole presentation here is about. And that comes from real life stuff. At the end of the day, and it's about clinging on to who we are, our paiaka. The paiaka, that word there means the vines, the roots, the ngā paiaka. Hey, we're sitting here at ngā paiaka. It all connects. So, thank you very much, Papa Potonga. Now, about that, I've got a video coming up shortly, and I'm sure this is going to play. I really hope it does. And it's about, the title is How is a River, how was a river granted personalhood, right? How was a river granted personalhood? And this is, of course, talking about our Wanganui side, Te Awa Tupua Wanganui. Incidentally, that river Te Awa Tupua Wanganui was created at the eruptions of the mountains. Now, that's not again, it's not a spooky thing here, Tātou Mā. There was a huge eruptions millions of years ago. It's called Te Pakanga o Ngā Maunga. So it's when all of the mountains fought. And the Wanganui River, and I'm always the one that states, because so did our old people, ko taranaki te maunga ko Wanganui te awa. Why? Because Wanganui, during that eruption, millions and millions of years ago, created the awa Wanganui. You see? And I often use that pepe, which is true. Without the maunga erupting and causing all of those trees over the probably hundreds of years, and ending up by himself over there. And Taranaki, see, again, going back to that fantasy that our tupuna will put on our stories. Oh, let's say that they fought. The maunga fought, and they fought over a woman, the old age call it away. I think every culture's got that one. And okay, that's a good story. Let's make it. Let's fuck on the fight between the mountains. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. So, so I just wanted to add there. Ko piha te wai. Yeah. See? And our people Wanganui, this is a kōrero about how was a river granted personalhood. Let's have a look.
E rere kau mai te awa, mai e takahui maunga ki Tangaroa, ko wau te awa, ko te awa, ko wau. The river flows from the mountain to the sea. I am the river, and the river is me.
Section 12, The river is an indivisible and living whole, incorporating all its physical and metaphysical elements.
The New Zealand Parliament has passed a bill recognizing the Wanganui River as a living entity with the same legal rights as a person.
Tribes in the area fought with the government for recognition of its relationship with the river since the 1870s. The Wanganui River will be granted its own legal identity as an individual.
I mean, we know there were injustices done. You can't put the clock back. You've got to move forward and apply modern day solutions to what happened before.
We don't do revolutions. Revolutions generally don't work.
In my time, I've seen when this city of 40,000 plus people was putting their sewage directly into the river. That's what I grew up with. Somebody has to be responsible, and there is certainly something bigger that this country's psyche hasn't come to grips with.
I think perhaps that you should say a few words in the New Zealand language. It would be appropriate, Governor. Nothing complicated.
What does it mean?
6 February 1840, Maori and the Crown signed what was known as the Treaty of Waitangi. It's the opposite of the Declaration of Independence in the United States. Under that treaty, the Maori recognised the sovereignty of the British Crown, became British subjects with exactly the same rights as an Englishman had in terms of the rule of law.
Order! Order! Again, the Mayor. Order!
Honourable Chris Finlayson.
I know that the Right Honourable Mr Peters doesn't like treaty settlements because he lives in a negative, backward world, dreams of a country that never was and never could be, doomed to ask questions and do nothing more, has nothing to contribute, unlike our great Prime Minister.
Bigger. Order.
What I was supposed to do on behalf of the government was negotiate a settlement between the state and the Indigenous people of New Zealand of the Wanganui River claims. This is a river where there have been lots of debates over who owns the bed of the river, what needs to be done to improve the status of the river or the condition of the river. One of the highlights of my time was getting in a jet boat and going down the river with some of the leaders of the Wanganui River. The jet boat was going about 30 knots and the rain was coming at me at about 30 knots, so it wasn't the most enjoyable experience from a touristic point of view, but I sure learned a lot.
Maybe you connected with it a little bit there.
I don't know, I certainly was connecting with the rain.
All the river was theirs. Its bush, its birds and fish, its deep, refreshing waters. For centuries, the tribes of Aotea daydreamed on its waters, studying every leaf and fern, and weaving legends around the whirlpools and rapids of the enchanted river.
When you carry the weight of your ancestors, it's not an easy position to be in. In one sense, you feel them supporting you, the old people, those who have gone on. In the other sense, sometimes you can carry the heaviness of it. The river, or how we would refer to it, the awa tupua, we see it as a living entity. that carries our ancestors, that carries their memories. It's a metaphor for our history. We're very much connected physically, spiritually, and even our philosophies very much come from being a people of the river.
In the metaphor of the iron and the clay, who is the iron and who is the clay?
Iron is a way of thinking or a mentality that may be disconnected from the earth. Iron could be seen as that which is introduced, as the fences that divided the land, whereas clay represents the earth. And sometimes you see this antagonism, this tension, the iron, as it was introduced, clashing with te uku, the clay. Two worldviews colliding,
Sheltered valleys and rising slopes above the river proved ideal for stock. The ancient hunting and cultivating grounds of the Maori disappeared. And over their old canoe routes travel the wool-laden steamers. And to the bush valleys come tourists from other lands.
Lots of people say, oh, Wanganui, there's nothing there because they drive through it. Well, what the hell do they expect? Stop and look around. Yeah. It's a bit of a secret, don't tell everybody.
What's your title?
Master.
Master of what?
The vessel.
Oh. Have you heard that the river has been granted the rights of personhood?
You can never say it's a person because that'll just confuse people. It's not a person, but it is a living entity. It has life. It can be rough, turbulent and dirty, or it can be clear and sweet and calm and gentle. There's all the attributes of a person, but to go any further than that, you just confuse people. There you go, that's the gospel according to Skipper Dawn.
Someone's gonna find a loophole though, right? We live in a litigious society in the United States. A lot of people will find reasons to sue a river if they have the ability to do so. If the river flooded this museum, would you consider suing it?
No, it has flooded this museum. In 2015, this whole museum was flooded right almost up to this bench here.
No desire to sue the river?
No.
Okay, so what if the river decided it didn't want the riverboat on it anymore?
I'd be heartbroken. I find my connection to the river is the riverboat. That's what I'm passionate about.
It's a coal-burning ship?
It is, yes.
That must be rare.
There's only 2 or 3 coal-burning commercial ships in New Zealand, and this is one of them. Yes, she's dirty, she belches out smoke, but all the cars that use the road every day would belch out an awful lot more pollution than we do.
There's no feeling of threat there. There's no feeling that this could go away or...
Well, hopefully not. I think common sense should prevail, but that's something that seems to have gone out the window these days, common sense. I mean, we know there were injustices done, but successive governments, I think, have made as much effort as they can by redressing that. You can't put the clock back. You've got to move forward and apply modern day solutions to what happened before.
What we've done here is give the river its own legal identity, so it's a legal person. It's not a human person, it's a legal person.
The Wanganui River will soon have 2 jointly appointed human representatives, one nominated by the Crown and one by Wanganui iwi.
Former Minister Dame Tariana Turia and educator Turama Hawera will act as the human face of the river to ensure its rights are protected.
Obviously, the river itself wouldn't go into court. It is represented by a number of people. The key thing is the legislation settles all the historical claims that had been brought against the Crown going back over 100 years.
When we were negotiating with the Crown, we said that we need to find an approximation at law to how we view and hold this river. And so legal personhood was the closest approximation we could find. We knew that saying that the river was both physical and spiritual wasn't going to be enough. We needed to define what that is.
Section 12, the recognition of the river is an indivisible and living whole, incorporating all its physical and metaphysical elements. And so people may well look at that and say, what planet are these New Zealanders living on?
The river begins high in the mountains, but to the Maori people it begins in the mists that swirl around the peaks and along the valleys. It begins in the mists in the sky above.
The fact of the matter is you can't divide a river up into the bed, the water column, and the air above the river. I think you can get hung up on these Western concepts of ownership.
Okay, so the river's water comes from the rain, and the rain falls through farmland, city streets, through a lot of different areas. Because legally the river is now indivisible, I'd imagine that everything that water touches along the way might eventually gain the same personhood.
Yes, well, I suppose that's right. Insofar as the water is part of this indivisible entity, it will flow in and flow out. Yeah.
So then the larger idea would be that all of nature, in some way or another, gets spoken for.
When you think about it, why not?
Where does the river go when it rushes into the sea? It hasn't got a right bank, it hasn't got a left bank, it's not fresh water, it's not moving in one direction. That's our conception of what a river is. So when it goes into the ocean, where's it gone?
In Michigan, people have a lot of lead in the water, which means that literally that poisoned water is now that poisoned them. You don't have to get very metaphysical here. You are the river, right? We are all in some way or another.
Well, we're all interconnected with nature, yeah.
If the river was to pass, if the river was to die, well, we would die also.
Most of us just assume our water is safe to drink, not the citizens of Flint, Michigan.
I'm already dying from my health issues, but y'all gonna kill me even quicker.
Most Americans take for granted that they have clean water to drink.
Who doesn't want clean air or clean water? I'd like to think every American does.
This is with respect to the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline.
The pipeline runs adjacent to the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation, destroying sacred sites and could pollute the Missouri River, a clean water source for millions.
Is the water crisis a crime scene?
It is. It absolutely is a crime scene. And there are victims. There are absolute victims, and there are villains.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trump, any comment to the Standing Rock community, the protesters out there?
Thank you, Press.
We're good. Thank you.
If anything, the biggest threat to this river are the politicians. And they might be American politicians, they might be from some other country.
The locals seem to laugh it off when we talk to them about it, the legislation. One of them didn't think that it had actual teeth.
That's the way things are. We don't do revolutions. Revolutions generally don't work, but incrementalism, I think, in this kind of area does.
Not having heard a bell, but looking at the clock, I know my time is almost over. So can I thank all iwi representatives for being here today, and finish with the great Whakatoki. The great river flows from the mountains to the sea. We now have an arrangement which will be an enduring arrangement and is the start of something very, very special. I commend the bill to the House.
One thing I do know about politics is you get a chance to dance across the stage, but when the curtain comes down, that's it. How often in modern politics do people get a second chance? So while you're there, you've got to get on with it and go as fast as you can.
It wasn't the politicians that pushed the building wall over, it was the people. And the people can make this change.
God's gonna trouble.
Kia ora tātou te wānau. Firstly, I hope you can hear us, number one, and I hope you heard that video. And a lot of us, we already know a lot about this particular kōrero, but I wanted to bring this kōrero in only because this is Kawa, talking about the awa, living awa, right? The tikanga is all there. What that tikanga, one of the tikanga that we see is that the descendants today are acknowledging, talking, and making that river live. So it's, going back to what I explained earlier about the hongi, just an example. The hongi it has a backstory, and the actual pressing of noses and holding is the way that we practice it. So tikanga is actually practicing kawa. Kawa is this stuff that we just see. Our old people always knew that we're part of the universe. They knew that we are one. And the next step is it's gone into legislation. It's gone into paurum, so it's gone into a place called ture, which means, Pākehā word, law. So there's a 3-step there. And we know there's a kawa, the tikanga is the practicing of it, and finally it's in Parliament as well. And it's a well-known story down to the stage. Ka point. All good? Okay, I just want to bring us in here at Waipapa. I might start with you there, Kaz Mahanga. What do you think about, well, what do you think about what we've just talked about now from the beginning of this session? Any ideas, any thoughts?
For me, the learning is awesome. And to hear what is the kōrero here at home and the video you just played, gives reference to what it is you're sharing with us. Just enjoying it. Your articulation is awesome, and what you're explaining. Because this is from
a couple of things. Thanks for that. Well, as long as it's clear. Anyone got anything else to say? Okay. No. No.
I have.
Oh, you might speak up, Uncle.
Oh,
you might just come bring your chair before it, Uncle. Yeah. So that people can hear.
Te karaua mai te whakanui rua, hora mai ai ki ngā Wananga o ngā rau. Tana kōrero kia mātou, ko te wainui a rua, taku iwi, ko te wainui a rua, taku awa. So he's just transposed, the later generations have just taken that kōrero and changed it into the modern vernacular. Taitoko Tāwhiri was his name. We had a connection to Kaipō sometime way back, but he swore black and blue. His awa is Te Wainui a Rua and his iwi is Te Wainui a Rua. So that goes back a long way. I actually went to a Wananga at Atiareiro in Jerusalem in the 1960s, and they were going to write down the Rongonui people were all there every in there, I forget all of them were there. They were going to write down their tikanga. 3 days they spent there and they never wrote down one thing because kei te rere ke ngā rā, kei te rere ke ngā tangata, ki roto I te rā ua tanga. They couldn't decide on a single tikanga or any part of the river. They reckon you can't write it down. Now, we're going to try and do that. Well, they are tātou now, but it's not an easy thing to do because my experience, they threw me in the deep end here and at Kaiwi. They just said to me, "Kei a koe te kōrero," and I'm making it up half the time as I go along. In those days, 1960s, but you've got to sit back and listen and try and help the people in their search for whatever's going on. And I don't know why they singled me out. I wasn't looking for that sort of thing, but they said to me, "Kei a koe." Maybe something to do with Otoa Kaiapa. He did similar things, but we're all in that position where kei te kuware, we're all ignorant compared to those old people that I knew. Kei te kuware aho, I'm ignorant, but aren't we all? But their wairua is the thing that is the strongest thing, and their ahua, their hinengaro is the inspiring thing, the calmness and all that within them. I think it's we are a different people to those early generations. I never heard loud voices. I never heard screaming and yelling at each other. They just smiled. Those 3 old boys were still, no, 4 of them. There was Sonny, Jim, Hugh Sturmey, and Pōpaki. Were all still around when I first came back here. Oh, I never heard any harsh words until Jim and Andrew had a bit of a ding-dong go down below over the flag, but otherwise everything was peaceful and calm. We met in this house. Things were discussed calmly. Things were achieved. We didn't need a bloody governance or any of that crap. The business was taken care of by those old people. And here's a good example. When we got that new wharekai, it's all there. We got no wharepaku. And we said we're going to put a wharepaku in one corner of it. Ka, he, ka, ha, ki waho. Put your toilet outside. That's those old boys. That was it. End of story. So it all worked so well. That's why, you know, I get hoha when I hear about this governance entities. We don't need all that shit, excuse my language. We can work without it, but we've got to rebuild that superior social system that minister was talking about, that missionary, that Samuel Marsden called an abomination. It worked. How the hell did we get here? From Hawaii Nui, Hawaii Roa, and all of those places. So thank you for asking me a question. Oh yeah, no, good point. You better shut me up because of...
Yeah, I might have to. Tēnā koe, te matua, because you know, you've got valid points, you know. Yeah, we're not like our old people, and we never will be like that. But yeah, at the end of the day, they had their style because they knew what colour was. They knew what tikanga is, and yeah, so yeah, and that's really the basis. Again, your kōrero brings us back to what we're talking about here. So I understand Martha. Is that you, Martha? Has a pāwhai or kōrero? Tēnā koe. Kia ora, Martha. No?
Can't hear you, Martha.
You're on mute.
Yep,
Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, cool. Tēnā rau koutou te whānau, mihi atu ki a koe e te koro, ngā mihi ki a koe, me Rauru hoki, ngā mihi i te kaimai o te reo me tikanga. I love us as Māori. I love our ways and I love our whakaaro and I love the kōrero that we've been sharing I love the video that's been shared. To me, the day that we influenced our world with Pākehā whakaaro and Pākehā practices, to me, that's when we lost our wakapapa. And we allowed another culture to intersect our culture. And so we're living two worlds today where technology is a plus for communication when it's used correctly. I believe we need to take back our world as Māori, and we need to push out all the influences that has confused us for many, many years, and that has divided us as a people for many, many years, because we've been trying to live another culture and their way of thinking and their way of practicing. And I believe that when our people talked about our matua tupuna, ngā taranaki, tongariro, rupehi, the day that non-Māori entered onto our lands, the first thing they did was, that's mine. I'm taking that. And everyone that comes anywhere near my land, my mountain, I'm going to subdivide it all. So we became subdivided the day they took our tupuna from us. That's how I feel. I feel that they corrupted our world, and they're still doing it. This religion that they introduced to our religion had no comparison, because we live by nature, we work by nature, and we use the backbone of our wairua to guide us through all things in life. That doesn't exist in this other culture. And it's really, really destroyed our people. Look at what they're doing down in Wellington. It's a prime example of us still fighting for our freedom, still fighting for our rights, still fighting for our own. We've got our own autonomy. We always have as Māori, physically, mentally, spiritually, and even politically. We come from, to me, we come from a very elite race. We have tupuna that were unbelievably connected to everything that we live for, but mainly we live for our wakapapa. And today we're fighting for our wakapapa, to save our wakapapa from being destroyed. This march down in Wellington is really telling the people, you got two choices. You got the Te Ao Pākehā or you got Te Ao Māori. And we've been fighting for Te Ao Māori ever since I remember as a little girl. And koro, what you speak about, what you hear about how the old people were back in the days, that is pono all over. That is so pono. I felt it, I heard it, I grew up on the marae. I grew up in the arms of, on the pai, in the arms of my nannies. And all I remember is everything that you speak about, koro, that humble, we were humble people. We were loving, kind people. And we welcomed strangers into our world, but we allowed them to take over our world and taint our world. And they started with many ways. The first was with religion. I believe if we get rid of anything belonging to someone else's religion, and we just stick to our whakaaro Māori, ki te karakia, ki te kōrero Māori, I think we'd be back on track as a Māori people. So, taku whakaaro, I don't know if I've gone on a bit, but yeah, that's my thoughts.
Tēnā koe te tua ine Martha, tēnā koe me o wakaaro, tino pai te rongo atu i a koe, weno e mi a kia ana ki ngā wakaaro ko te i a koe. Thank you, Martha. Hey, thank you for that. There was a bit of, good fresh air there, breath of fresh air with your kōrero. And it's good that you're sharing your wakaaro, and so true. We know who we are. We know where we come from. And when when the Pākehā came here, it's true. Everything changed, which is the reason why over the last 200 years, basically, our people have, been grasping to hold on to what we can. But we're at a good space now, and thank you for reminding us, and thank you for encouraging us, which is again a huge part of this whānanga here. But it's Martha, thank you. Just coming back here, is there any any questions at this point?
Yeah, kia ora whānau. Just it's an interesting kōrero, I think, and I mean, it just refreshes how kawa and tikanga impacts our everyday lives, and on our marae, how it affects us on our marae, and even in our meetings, our trustee meetings, how we implement kawa and tikanga at that level too, and especially now through the pandemic, how do we implement kawa and tikanga now? As it affects all of us, it doesn't just affect. It has an effect on all of us. So it's just to get around how do we implement kawa or tikanga, or how we do things within this pandemic. It may not be here forever, but how do we navigate our way through this difficult time at the moment? So I think it was just good to hear, explaining how with nature how we all it evolves around all that. So yeah.
Oh, kia ora, toko. Yeah, again, you're just, I suppose, reaffirming that we can continue being us. Just like what we did here with the Zoom. It's not the norm, but we continue to carry on and with our kawa and our tikanga best as possible. With the last one, I said to Mahanga and Kawa, I said, look, it'd be best if we come to the marae this time. Even though it's only going to be a few of us, at least we can feel the fire of here. Instead of talking about it somewhere else. But so here's the fire still blazing. It brings me to something quite interesting, eh? When Captain Cook came here in 1769. And ships just started coming years and not long after, put it that way. They're still coming out, foreigners, but Pākehā in particular, the land confiscations and all of that wholesale treachery that happened during that time, and all the pain that our people have been going through. One of the interesting things is I look at Nga Piaka here. Nga Piaka has been through all that. Well over 100 years. Been through all the plagues, epidemics. Nga Piaka seen it all. As all of them, what I'm talking about, really. They've seen World War I, World War II, Vietnam, so on and so on, so on. We're still here. We're still here. We're not as strong as we were, but we're still here. And Nga Piaka is still here. Our other marae are still here. So we still continue. And I think it's more than survival. It's more than survival, There's a lot of cultures around the world that have actually lost their language. I was watching a documentary just the other day. I forget his name, but the last of the Indian people from America. You probably Google that, his name will come up. And Israel was no longer there. There are people that are connected to us anyway. But there was no longer. Luckily, I think it was in the 1950s, they had the opportunity to record some of the language. Now, the nearby, the neighboring Indian people sort of knew the dialect, but there was a lot of that language they too didn't understand. But my point really here is that we're still here. Mm-hmm. We still know, we've still got speakers of Te Reo, we've still got written Reo, we still know our kawa and our tikanga. And it's quite a beautiful culture. So kia ora Martha, kia ora tōku. For that, any other kōrero?
I just want to acknowledge the kōrero from cousin Martha. The impact of colonisation is real. has had a ripple effect right across our marae, who's still trying to function and with the difficulties of this governance. And I remember in the old days, you know, our people had fundraise, and majority was like housing that brought incomes for our marae. And so those who did the mahi had to allow a voice. And so true, because they did the mahi. Today, when we receive funding from Pākehā agencies, it comes with a catch. You know, and so we can say, oh, nah, to hell with that. You know, the governance, you know, stuff. Well, kei te pai, then we've got to provide the resources ourselves. But when you utilise funds from Pākehā, it comes with this governance policy stuff. But yeah, just acknowledging the ripple effects. It was kōrero that's come up about Christianity, the impact it has had. There's a call out for some of our people wanting to go back to our old ways, to make Christianity within our marae structures, and that is a bit of a clash. I'd like to hear what's your whakaaro on that, cousin?
In terms of
when here at Waipapa, and Christianity has an impact, tikanga on our own tikanga here, is, you know, want to know what's your thoughts on that? Do we ignore Christianity, or how do we balance that?
Yeah, good pathway, and it's one of those pathways that's been asked many times around Christianity in our own way, not religion, our own way. So in terms of that, our tupuna took quite a while for them to understand what Christianity was. They didn't know what it was, first and foremost. The one God concept, the one Son concept, Jesus, the one king or queen at that time, which was Victoria, and one boss, everything is one. Now, what's interesting, we're inside the whare at the moment, right? So our concept of one is totally, Māori concept of one is totally different to the concept of the Pākehā. Theirs is one God, one Jesus, one boss, one male. Woman had no money. And you'll see, well, I'll talk a bit about that. But okay, so you've got that one. Now, our tupuna in terms of religion, they had no problem with God, as I understand, as I see it. They had no problem with, because they already had 70 gods of their own. What's another one? But more than that, God is good. God is light. God is love, peace, tranquility. They had no problems with that. Well, I mean, a fool would have a problem with that, eh? But it's all this other humbug. Hey, it's next thing. Oh, God's gonna bring you down with a bolt of lightning and all that sort. Hang on, that's you talking. That's humans talking. Religion, yeah, the flesh is talking, not God. So they had no problems with God. They didn't know who Jesus was. They didn't know who's that. Well, we don't know him. But we know the Father that you're talking about. Going back to Parihaka, our Papa here mentioned, when Te Witi Orongomai, the prophet Te Witi Orongomai, when they gave him the book, the Bible, and he looked through it and all that, and that was all right. He goes, oh, yeah, I know this. He goes, oh, yeah, no, this is God, Jehovah, Yahweh. Yeah, I know who that is. You're telling us nothing there. Yeah, they know who that. I don't know about these other characters. Yeah, but I know who that is. So yeah, they don't mind the spiritual side. It's when government started saying, God said, under the oath of God. Oh, hey, you're bringing mankind, you're bringing the human. Yeah. But we need to cling, I believe, as our Papa mentioned, to our own ways, our own kalaki. You know, Tāne is the bush. When we go in there, we pay homage and want to take some of your children. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is wasted. They don't just go out hunting just for the sake of it. They go there to feed their one and the opium. We all know that. down to the moa. You don't, oh, I'm just going for me, and all that sort of stuff. So that's that collective. And it's going back. This is, if we look in this one in our one at home there, kia ora, this is the one that our tupuna were talking about, and I'm talking about here. One. This is one. But what? There's no structures. There's not a bedroom. There's no wall there. There's no wall there. Like in a house, there's no wall there. This is the one that we're talking about. Yeah, not just singular. Own homes, of course. You've got there's a room there, there's a lounge, all separate. This is the one that our tupuna were talking. This is how we live. It's all here. Nature tells us. The whare tells us. Where's our kawa? Yeah. What's the kawa of the whare? To look after people when it's cold, when it's hot. And the tikanga is what we do to make sure that the house is nice, the house is still standing, bring the mattresses in when it's bedtime. That's the tikanga. See, the kawa is always here.
And it's always open.
And it's always open. Yeah.
So I had to keep that.
Keep it go. Yeah, no, that's right. Our kawa is about keeping our doors open. And yeah, so this is the one, not the one God, one this, one that, mine. That's all that, not yours, mine. Yeah, so we live in that kawa. When we're together as a people, we sleep together. Well, not together, but you know what I mean. All that sort of stuff. But it's about that unity and stuff. It shows it in the whare. Nature shows it. Ngahere means to cling together. The word ngahere for bush means to cling together. Well, you can see those trees over there. And you look at the pine trees, they're separate. Nature tells us, the kawa tells us. Fine.
I think Letitia's got a partai.
Kia ora, Letitia.
Kia ora, kia ora te whānau ko Letitia te awhidane o. So I just have a partai regarding our conversation around granting legal personhood to Wanganui awa. So as part of my studies, I looked at something similar with Taranaki Maunga. So they're in the process of granting the Maunga a legal personality, which I guess kind of takes on the same sense as what they've done with Wanganui awa. But in parts, so like the terms of negotiation as part of like the overall document, the definition of Taranaki Maunga still stays as Egmont National Park, and it's still identified as Crown-owned land. And I guess my question and the whakaaro that I'm wanting to gain is like, how much do you guys think that it's kind of putting like a band-aid effect on what we're actually trying to achieve? Because like in my perspective, like it looks and sounds really good to, grant our taonga like a personality and to recognize them through personhood. But is it actually changing much in terms of ownership of land and how, I guess, Aotearoa as a whole perceives our natural taonga? And like, as part of that partai, like, in a sense, are we kind of assimilating our culture in order to fit in with Western systems and processes?
Well, there's a few of us here, so it's just not only me. I have my views, but anyone got any views about Letitia's partai?
I've actually thought a wee bit about this. Kia ora whānau. Just in terms of the legislation and its actual ability to make any difference for iwi Māori or for the river itself in terms of conservation and environmental protections. And I haven't really been able to come to a conclusion as yet. Like you, Letitia, it seems to me to be a little bit tokenistic, and it's something that's been kind of granted begrudgingly. So I work in the environmental space a little bit for Te Kāui o Rauru, and we're constantly looking at how we can leverage that legislation, the Te Awa Tupua, and just the Resource Management Act and the new legislation that's coming in to actually make an effective difference for iwi Māori and for the environment itself. We are constantly battling organisations that have huge amounts of money and very well educated people, and we are kind of just us down here on the marae. So it's a a real battle, and I'm looking forward to nieces and nephews like yourself, Letitia, who are asking these really difficult questions and really challenging and working on that legislation to make it as powerful as it could be for us. But I'm not quite sure we're there yet.
Yeah, because I guess at the moment, like, it sounds like an awesome promise, like an awesome ambition. And I guess, like, if you take it globally as well, like global recognition, like, oh, Aotearoa are doing so well, like, you know, Māori are given all these, return of rights. But it's like, if you look at the legislation, our Tonga remain crown owned. So I'm like, how can that, you know, it's kind of backwards thinking in a sense. So
I agree, Bob.
E whakaaro e hoa. So your partai was around the kupu and the usage of words, and that they retained ownership in a sense. And for your aramatua, I would challenge the whole whakaaro about why is it still ownership, and then look at the whakapapa of that, and then highlight the differences and the failings there before we even progress further. Because I think there's a bigger issue than putting a band-aid on it. And the discourse of your language, don't be afraid to use te reo Māori, mātauranga Māori in the way that you articulate stuff. Because kei a koe he Māori, ne? You are Māori, so speak Māori. Be proud of who you are. And if they challenge that, then that just highlights again further issues. But write from who you are, because that carries a lot of mana. Go hard with your assignment.
Kia ora.
Ka pai le tise kia ora hoki ka koe te piwa. E kore no maira. Thank you for the partai, and I hope that that whakaaro from Kirsten has helped you out. Just as I said, my view is always, we have always the Māori in the upper hand, no matter what, in all what we should be doing. He tātou mā. So, tēnā koutou mo e rā kōrero. Very good kōrero at the moment e tātou mā. Whilst I'm looking at the one that are tuned in, and there's no partai, there's no questions here at this moment. Is anything from that end, just over what we've just covered over the last hour and a half or so?
No hands up.
Oh, no hands up, cool. Kia ora. We're going to get Kirsten to answer all those questions anyway. Bueno, ka pai e te whānau. At this stage, we've got a half an hour to go, because at lunchtime we're going to have lunch for an hour, and then come back at 1 o'clock. But there's an interesting one more video, and it's not that long, and it's talking about how we operate in terms of tikanga at meetings, and because one of the purposes of this hui, of this delivery, is talking to our trustees. Let's give our trustees here a hand, and certainly hope that it helps others as well. When it comes to voting and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just going to go back to Ngāti Pukenga and Te Arawa. Ngāti Pukenga from Tauranga Moana to send the vote today against Sir Joe Williams. He's got I think it's about 5 minutes, but he's got a kōrero here. So this might spark some conversation after this video e tātou. By the way, it's Kirsten that's doing all the technical work here. Never give me that. And even with my other mahi, I don't do that. Everyone knows that. And they're all laughing because they know I don't do that. So, yeah, when Kirsten's ready, Sir Joe Williams coming your way. Kia ora. This is a video. 5 minutes.
Seen lots of things about the way Rangatira Māori operated. You know, in my time, not in Te Aotearoa, in my time. Eddie Jury telling me about the time that Ngāti Whareatoa were trying to kohi their whenua to create what became the Lake Taupo Forest Trust, because, you know, all their lands te rangatiratanga Māori me te leadership Pākehā. tino rere kera wātu. I've heard lots of stories about the way and seen lots of things about the way rangatira Māori operated. You know, in my time, not in Te Aotearoa, in my time. I remember Eddie Jury telling me about the time that Ngāti Tūwharetoa were trying to kohi their whenua to create what became the Lake Taupo Forest Trust, because, you know, all their lands were run separately. You know, nui ngā whenua, Ngāti Tūwharetoa, all their lands were run separately, tēnā hapu, tēnā whānau, tēnā hapu, tēnā whānau. Anyway, Hepi Te Heuheu, who was the ariki in those days, Tungu's father, called the hui to get them to amalgamate their operation into a single trust. And they had one of those hui at Waihi, or maybe it was Hirangi, I can't remember which. And they put it to a vote. Everyone agreed, except one whānau. So 20% were opposed. 20% agreed, 20% were opposed. And so the result was given to Hepi and he read it out. The motion is that the lands of blah, 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 blah be put together with the other Lake Taupo lands and run as a single unit. In favour, 80%, against 20%. The motion is lost. And there was silence. Because, you know, in any Pākehā hui, an 80-20 is a win, like a big win. But Hepi knew that he couldn't afford to have a whānau outside the game, you know, because it wasn't just 20% votes, it was a whānau, right? Because he thought like a rangatira, he thought like a whanaungatanga man. He didn't think like an accountant. Anyway, they all go out, you know, because the whole thing's fallen apart. They go and have their cup of tea. The whānau has a meeting. Changed its mind. Whakamā. You know, because they'd been recognised, you know, their mana had been recognised. It was 100%. And Hepi knew that's what was going to happen. You know, so he thought, you know, rangatiratanga Māori is about whanaungatanga. You know what I mean? That's a perfect example of it. Where the job of the rangatira is to bring the people together and to maintain consensus. And you can't have consensus if you've got one whānau out. That may mean the decision-making process is slow, but you know at the end it's going to stick. So that's one good example. And there are hundreds of others of the way rangatira handle themselves, which is not the way an individualistic form of Pākehā leadership would handle itself. Because I think it's because the rangatira Māori understood that they're dealing with a single organism. You know, this community is not, you don't vote in or out of this community, you're in. You're born in, you die in. And your children and their children are born in and die in. So you must, the whole point in rangatiratanga is to hold the cohesion of that unit, no matter what. Nothing is more important than the cohesion of that unit. And Pākehā leadership doesn't really operate like that. It's happy to divide and conquer as a way of getting things done. It's happy to forget its past in order to rush into the future. Whereas rangatiratanga Māori rushes into the past for fear that the future might represent a threat to the cohesion of that whānau or hapu or iwi organism. That's the difference, I think. It's one of them.
Tēnā mai tātou. Wano e taku rangatira e jau tēnā koe e rā kōrero, me te mihi anō ki te ariki o tūare toa. Nā kia tāi pi te hui, koutou e ngāri ki o tūare toa karanga mai. Te rangai ariki. There we've just heard a video, interesting kōrero of how our tupuna, our ancestors would run meetings, basically, right? And when it come down to the voting, as Joe mentioned, there was one wano that didn't agree. So they had an 80-20, you know, in the Pākehā world, look, we got the majority. And tā hipi te ewe, the ariki of tūare tō, so no, hold up. There's one wano that's not agreeing. We need to include them because they're part of us, they're us. One cell organism. Hey, they're one. And it's a good, excellent example of how our hui should run. You might get impatient with that one. It might take months or it might take never. The one that very hard to do today, I don't know. What's that? What card? Was it hard to say we've got 21 no, 19 wano agree? There's one Wananga that doesn't, one wano that doesn't agree, and they didn't move because that one that didn't agree. Is it hard to do today?
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty much hard to do today. But we go on about Tikanga. We go on about Kawa. Well, I think some of us go on and when it keeps us up. Yeah, when it's not going your way, oh no, I've got my own flow. I'm gonna make the sun come from the west. Yeah, you know. Yeah, when it goes against your own personal. And I'm just telling the truth. I'm just telling the truth. And yeah, it's something that we need to learn about. Because you know that from the old people, eh? When the old people, they wanted consensus, wouldn't they?
They wanted to something, and at the end of the day, if there's problems between two whānau marriage,
There you go. You're having a problem, people. Get married.
Yeah, you too. It's true. End of problem.
End of problem. Yeah, they knew how to do that, and they lived that way. And yeah, I mean, but it's a good way. I don't know. You're the chairman here. What are your thoughts about this order, Mark?
That's a lot of children.
Oh, yeah.
But actually, cousin, your video had brought back a memory where I saw it in practice.
Yeah.
So one of my many other marae. So in 1930, our people up home, I'm talking about up by Rauru, had a hui to establish a marae for the people of Tamakam. And so what happened, long story short, one of the beautiful Kawa had offered his block for the marae to be built and to include all people of who are descendants of that particular tupuna. And so what had happened is that just recently there had been a tono from a whānau who was their Kawa who had gifted the land, and requested that they were wanting more seats on the Marae Trust. And so that had came to the hapu. And of course, you know, whānau was shifting in their seats. And so we let the whānau have a discussion among themselves, and the whakaaro had reversed. And I believe they had reversed because there was some good leadership in the House that said that, because there was disagreement, but Kawa that was, I suppose, leading the discussion, said maybe we should let the whānau have a rethink about this, and they had decided to leave it as it is. That this whenua was gifted by our great grandfather, and it was for the people of the hapu. Because on some marae, you have marae that represent hapu, but they're sitting on a block beneficiaries. Their descendants who might not, who aren't beneficiaries of whenua. Has caused some confusion. So, yeah, I'd like to hear what your whakaaro on it is. So, my understanding was that around the motu, you have a marae that's been placed on the block, beneficiaries, and they say that this marae belongs to the descendants of his hapu. But they're not included on the block as a beneficiary. And so there's been some there's some whawhai, and some say, oh, you're not a beneficiary here. And then there's been some debate about, well, hang on, this ain't a whānau marae, I thought it was a hapu yet descendant tūpuna. And so, but when they're not as a beneficiary of the whenua, there's been some discussion that maybe the marae should be uplifted, put onto a block that represents all the hapu.
Discussion. I said, when we had the Maori land question there, she suggested that Aotearoa was exclusively for Ngāti Pūkeko. I had object to that idea. There are half a dozen hapu around there who have no more, yes, so where are they going to go? But that wouldn't want to impose that idea. I don't know how your constitution ended up. Is that still exclusively for Ngāti Pūkeko?
So all three of the marae and kaiwi are gazetted to iti Pūkeko, and that's what she was referring to, was the gazetting of the reservation that the marae was on. And that's kind of where your kōrero is coming from too, Mahanga, that point of law around when the marae buildings are on a piece of land that are not a reservation, and they are still under the title of the Whenua Tōpū Trust or an Ahuhua Trust that is not being gazetted. And those are the points of law that seem to kind of get people really confused.
Well, I don't know, I'm not to be fixed in, because I'll go and stand on any marae and I dare anybody to tell me I'm not allowed to. But I mean, I learned something that Hiru Harama that's worthwhile passing on to you fellas. At Matiare and all that 3-day meeting that Whanganui had, and I was delighted to go and listen. And I said 3 days they spent discussing tikanga, and they're going to write it down so he knows forever and ever. But Koro Taika got up and said, oh, how had the kaupapa o tēnei pepeha, kei te haere te wahine, kei te haere mana kore. And the old king went, aye, kei te tika. What he said was, if you marry outside the hapu or the tribe, if a woman does, she takes no mana with her. That was all very well pre-colonial times. She'd be marrying into another iwi or another vicinity, or maybe, but her children would inherit land from their father, but they couldn't inherit land from their mother's hapu. That's the kawa and the tikanga of the old days before colonization. And the woman is saying, oh, that's sexist, that's racist, you know, and all that sort of jazz. But the old fella said, no, because your land won't be split up between different iwi, and women cannot inherit land. This is what we learned. In those days, women could not inherit land, and they could not pass land on to their offspring. It had to come from the father. So I mean, that doesn't fit into this modern world, does it? Is that a bad thing or a good thing? And you can apply that reasoning to a lot of our customs. They do not fit. But earlier on, this fellow was talking about ownership. Ownership was imposed on our people here. They did not ask for it. They did not want it. But when the land was confiscated, and Kepa came back and, sorry, I'm getting carried away.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you need to know this. 500 of our people were living on top of Portiki Aria. It's Rauru people, it's Portiki Aria who are in Waipapa. They were told if they come down off the hill, they'll be shot on sight. So Kepa came and persuaded the Pākehā to some land. And that's the only way they could actually get some land. And this is only 30 years after the treaty. These poor people had nowhere to go. So the point of the story is to actually get some land to live on and grow some potatoes, they had to accept ownership. They had to accept individual title, and it went right against their grains because they need the food bucket. The non-ownership of land, they would say, "Nā te wahine, nā te whenua, or not away te tangata." Well, a man would die for women and land, but you cannot own your mother. That was the concept Baker was coming out with, and they're all scoffing at him, but he said, no, you cannot own your mother, and you cannot sell it. So this can go on and on forever, because we can go back to Mihingaroa, where Wanganui River block was sold. And Tamumu said, end of sale, no more, between there and here. But they put ownership on it, individual title, it's all gone.
Tēnā koe te pāpā, thank you for that. That's good kōrero, quite enlightening. But also with yourself, Mahanga, it's quite unusual when there's families that are part of a marae and they don't have shares. Not unusual. Actually, it's not. There are some. So as long as you got whakapapa to the tupu, that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Sure. And also for your Kirsten and Upward. John, I understand you have a pathway here, so kia ora, John.
Yeah, kia ora whānau. This is so awesome that, we can come together, even if it is with technology. And I've been listening to everyone's kōrero. But the question for me, and this is only my views, the question is that we're tiptoeing around is, where did we go wrong and why as a people? It is easy to blame one race or one religion, but are they the only ones to be blamed for where we are? That's my question anyway, cuz.
Tēnā koe. And you're right, You're right. There is the other culture needs, other side really, the English side needs to own their responsibility, but so do we today. I mean, I'll go back to something that language expert, te reo expert, Timothy Karetu, he says it all the time. Nā te Māori, nā te ngā iwi, ngā roa i te reo. Māori people, it's because of us, the iwi, it's because of us that our language isn't strong. Now, when I first heard that, I said, oh, come on, nah. And I started analysing what he was saying. He's been dealing with Māori language and revitalisation of Māori language, using this as an example, for over 30 years, close to 40 years. And when I started listening and really looking into what he was saying, this is my point of view anyway, John, he's right. I mean, it's our language. If we want to keep that language and fight for that language, we will. So where did we go wrong? I think once we understood what the whole big problem was, colonisation, we've got to take that by the horns as well, because it's not going to go away by itself. It's not going to go away by itself. So where did we go wrong? Well, I won't talk about my tupuna, but I will talk about me. I went wrong because I didn't put enough effort in. That's what I think. What's the other views? Kia ora.
This is a good call, good pathway, because it's real.
See, for me, I never learnt te reo or anything about my Māori side, because even though I had Māori parents and Māori grandparents, my dad, who most of you knew, was a hard man. And to him, you don't speak it because we're not living in that world anymore. But with my nan and koro, it was very important to speak it. But because I had the clashes between my parents and my grandparents, where did I go wrong? Or was it them that went wrong? And if it was them, why? Why would they not allow me to be who I'm meant to be who I am? And that's Māori. I'm 50 years of age now, and I've just, been enrolled into Wananga or Aotearoa to learn. I should have learned back in the days. So where did it all go wrong? Where did we go wrong? And why?
Cousin, I think the narrative is, it's not so much where do we go wrong, our old people. The impact of colonisation, they were pressured. Like my grandmother went to school, she was speaking Māori, but she was forced, no, ko e kōrero Māori. And so we spoke about the impact of another culture, okay, and say, no, you cannot speak Māori at school. And so what happened was that our old people saw their children getting punished for practicing the tikanga, the language. And I believe our old people were trying to adapt to a new environment with this new tikanga being imposed on them from another culture, and to survive, because we weren't living at the home fires at our marae, we thought, oh, well, the only way we can survive is now putia. So we move out to the urban to get work. And with work, you give a service, you paid money. Whereas in the old days, we worked for each other. Some were hunters, because you knew how to feed your whānau with kai, but you knew how to feed that whānau with rongoa, medicine. And so, where did our people go wrong? I don't believe where they went wrong. There was this pressure on them to try and adapt to the environment at that time. And I don't blame our old people. Fortunately, a small percentage of our people had stayed fast and said, "Cole, we're going to keep talking Māori to our babies." Like, hey, look, we all know, we look at Uncle Roka Senior. He was selected by some old people. He took them into care. I remember Mum telling me when Uncle Roka and my mum, when they were kids playing, Mum said my cousin Roka was taken away and he was taken into the upa and showing things while the kids were allowed to play. So fortunately, some of our old people had stayed fast and had still fed, pass on matauranga and te reo. And today, like yourself, that's wonderful, cousin. You've looked at an opportunity with Te Wananga or Aotearoa. Ones like myself, I've only just done to learn te reo myself. I started my little journey over 20 years ago, but I still have a long way to go. We're all trying to find our way to Old Pākehā to rediscover, to decolonise. To decolonise ourselves from totally practices. So, but good question, cousin. Where did our people go wrong? I believe they didn't go wrong. They didn't have an option, cousin.
Absolutely.
I'm not blaming the old people. Please,
I know.
Don't get me wrong. When I used to sit with my koro, and he would always, talk about the old days. It was like he still lived in the old days. And he always told me that if you added a rauru, they all came together and they talked it out. And then there were waitas and kais after that kōrero had been spoken about. Or he said, if it didn't work out, then they had a big fight. but it was settled. Now it seems like we're blaming this, we're blaming that, we're fighting one another because so and so said this about this. We need to come back and unite, because if we can't unite, how can we be? Do we just go our own little separate iwis and forget the rest and do whatever? For me, I'd love to see all Māori unite as one, because that's who we are. We are Māori, but where? And that's my question, and I guess it always has been, where did we go wrong and why?
Kia ora, John. Rauru here, just to say tēnā koe, greetings to you for that, for your pātai, very good pātai. And also to what Mahanga added, our tupuna were put through hell, really. Abused at school, abused by the school system and the system itself. So ka tika te kōrero, what was said is true, wasn't their fault. But with these Wananga, John, this is what we're trying to do, bring us together. This is where the rongoa is a solution. Where? Waipapa. How? Now. How now? And a continuation of this type of mahi and this type of kōrero, sharing with ourselves. So just it's happening right now. So tēnā koe, John. Good to hear from you. I understand, Tama, and this will be our last question before lunch. Tama, it says on my paper here, you have a kōrero? I don't know which Tama it was. I saw two Tamas on earlier. Tama pōkai? E kōnā koe?
Tēnā rā tātai. Mihana kia tātai ko hui mai nei tēnei o ngā rangi. E maka ana ua ki waho. Nā reira ka pai ka noho ki tō mātou nei kāinga. Hui pēnei ai. Nā reira, ko taku pātai, i te tuatahi i tautoko hia ngā kōrero o taku pāpana, pōtonga, e kōrero hia mō ngā tikanga tua uki. E rangi ko taku pātai nei, me pēhia ana tātou, te koke whakamua i tēnei au urihuri, kia mau, kia u, i ēnei tāngana tua whakarere. So really just asking back around our tikanga, how do we ensure we learn, we hold on to and conduct our tikanga into the future in this day and age, and also so that it lives on for further generations. Ka kitai tātou, this is the reason why we're in this space, because e noho kuare ana tātou, we're sitting here and some of us, including myself, don't know our tikanga in different parts of our rohe. As we understand, as we know, our tikanga on our marae are all different. However, if we have a basic understanding of tikanga, we have an idea how to conduct ourselves and assist each other no matter where we are. Nō reira, koe rā taku pātai. Āhua rangirua, engari, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe, tama pai te rongoa tu ia koe. Good to hear from you, Tama. I might take this back to the screen. So anyone online want to share your wakaaro or your thoughts from what Tama says? Come on.
Yes, please.
Kia ora.
I think we need to, as Māori, to bring the unity back to us as Māori. I think we need to start back from the 1800s, when our old people said no to sail. They've been saying no to sail for years and years and years. But anyway, I remember when I was doing some research on law, and I came across a writing that was done back in the 1807. And what happened in 1807 is that Nga Piaka Ngā puhi te karanga to all Māori throughout Aotearoa. And apparently every chief, every leader from Aotearoa went to Ngā puhi in 1807. And Ngā puhi turned to the people, to the Māori people, and told them that they didn't like their new neighbours. They didn't like their practices, they didn't like their kōrero, they didn't like what they were trying to do. And so that's when the beginnings of wakaputunga, wakameninga began in 1807. That's when they started doing wakaputunga, wakameninga, and that's when they started working on the 4 articles. And they released wakameninga and wakaputunga in 1835. Some say it's 1833, but when I read this legal document, it was 1835. And then by 1840, they went to go and sign the Tiriti of Waitangi in Waitangi. So I think we need to go back to that time and believing that our lands were never sold. Because my koro in 1930s, he was part of the pilgrimage body of our people from Taranaki to Whare Tōena Awa, and they did that last March, where they were against the sales of our land and the rape of our land and the rape of our people. It was just getting stripped. So because that world is more prominent now than what our people stood for from the 1800s right up to the last submission, which I believe was Te Awa Wanganui. Now, I didn't agree to everything regarding to the return, our own tino rangatiratanga belonging to Te Awa Wanganui people and its own legal entity. There were some components that I just disagreed. And the component that I disagreed upon is, why are we having Crown still involved in our relationship? I didn't understand that, because they were the very reason why we had to put all these legislations, Māori legislations in place, was to protect our uri. But we've become the world that we never ever were meant to be in. We was like, yes, I believe we can adapt to good things that we have today. That's fine. But for our wakapapa and kotahitanga of Māori, I think we need to go back to what our old people tried to do since the 1800s of stopping our neighbours from becoming as powerful as they are today. So, taku whakaaro. Ngā mihi whā.
Tēnā rawa te koe te tuahine, Martha. Thank you for that very in-depth reply and adding to the quarter, beautiful quarter. Just to say, tama to all of us, the Warekai is waiting for us, and so I don't want to hold up our ringa wera here. We'll be back at 1:05 this afternoon, 1:05. So everyone go and have a lunch. Once that's done, we'll come back to this pātai again from Samapōkai. How do we hold on to our customs and our traditions? Whenua e te wane tēnā rā koutou kia taunga manakitanga. Turu obi te wakamaua kia tina. Tina. Haumie uie. Catch you there. 1:05. Tēnā tātou.
Kia ora, mano, kai time. If you've got any questions, write them down. Be a great opportunity after lunch. Questions like, how come at some rice they put a tent up? You can't take your tūpapaku into a waripuni, but it's in the tent, So, any questions like that? When is the closing of the lid, at Tangihanga? Any questions like that, or etc. So, kia ora, time for kai. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora no tātou, tēnei tonu te mihi atu kia koutou, e te wānau, nau mai o ki mai. I hope we've had a good lunch, e te wānau. So, greetings again. To those of us that have just joined us, this is the Waipapa Marae here online. Just to recap of what we've done earlier on this morning, we started, of course, with the karakia at 10 a.m. We talked about Kawa and Tikanga. Kawa is, as I say, is the comes from the gods, comes from the elements, comes from the universe. It's the natural law of how we live in the world that we know. Example that I use with the hongi. The hongi, according to our people, came from separation of Rangi and Papa, the separation of the earth and the sky. So when they were separated, as they are now, the rain that we see outside, those of us that are in the Wanganui area, it's raining here at the moment. Those are the tears of Rangi Nui that come from the sky to the mountains, to the hills, to the various streams, and it fills our rivers, and it also fills our oceans. And that there's the hongi of Rangi Nui to Papatuanuku and Papatuanuku to Rangi Nui. That's the origins of the hongi. And it's about unity, it's about coming together, it's about sharing our breath, as it were. So that's the kawa, right? That's happening now. Some other traditions from other tribes state it was Tane, the god or the law of the lord of the bush, had a daughter called Hina Uone, and when she was born, to give her life, he breathed into her mouth and into her nose and gave her life. And that's according to other tribes, but ours is the connection between the sky and the earth, which is happening every day that happens. It's really the normal water cycle, right? Now that's the kawa, right? And the tikanga is the practice, and we practice that as humans by pressing each other's noses. One of the questions is how many times you press. To my understanding, there's three. There's two ways of doing a hongi. The first pressing of the nose, is an acknowledgement to those who have passed, our ancestors. The second press is acknowledgement to that person that you're pressing noses with. So that there's also the long press of noses, when they come together, they're there for about a minute. That's acknowledgement to both the spirit world and the physical person that you're having the hongi with. And again, it's just how long, well, as long as you want it. And I'm not trying to be funny. It's depends. Normally the long one is you haven't seen the person for a long time, or you might be at a tangihanga or something like that, and they press the noses and it's long just to give that sentiment really of the length of time from the time that you last saw that person. So hongi, it has a backstory. Hongi relates to the gods. The gods in question is Rangi Nui and Papatuanuku. So our tupuna then created tikanga. Humans create tikanga. Tika means right, or something that's correct, in accordance with the world, the environment that we live in. I used earlier the taking off of the shoes. Outside of the house is like your temple, the whare, right? Not just whare that stands here, Nga Piaka. Outside is where you can run around. The marae is the courtyard of Tūmatauenga, the god of war. See, battles and those sorts of things like war happens outside. Inside, this is a place of harmony. This is a place of harmony inside the wari. So anything negative, you leave it outside, and leave it to the winds. Let the winds take care of it. And you come inside into the wari. This is your sanctity. This is your temple. So we come in with peace and thoughts along those lines. Thoughts of peace and tranquility and so forth. And so again, that kawa of taking off the shoes goes back to, relates to Tūmatauenga, the god of war outside, and rongo is the god inside. So you don't bring Tūmatauenga into rongo. You leave all of that negative stuff out there. So that's the kawa. How do we perform that kawa? What's the tikanga? The tikanga is by taking off our shoes. And as I mentioned earlier, our tupuna would actually have a bath type instrument or tub outside, and they'll go and clean their feet before they can. To leave all the negative stuff outside. So as you can see, that's how kawa and tikanga. So you're really, when you ask what's the kawa, you're asking what's the backstory, what's the reason why we're doing this particular kawa. When you ask what's the tikanga, you're really asking how do you do it. And I hope that's clear with us. And that's in accordance with Ngā Rauru Kawa. So kia ora tātou. Going back to tama pōkai, kia ora tama. How do we hold and uphold our traditions, our language, our culture in today's world was the question. Is there anyone there out there on online that has any other thoughts? Thank you again, Martha Ponga, for your kōrero as well, pertaining to that particular question. But anyone else out there want to share your thoughts around how we hold our traditions and our customs? Kia ora, John.
By doing what we're doing right now.
Kia ora, Kaz. You're the man.
And more, because exactly. I mean, for me, for the past probably 2 years now, I've had that real strong calling to come home. And this is where we learn. This is where we learn everything about who we are, is by doing this, but also coming back to the marae, where it really began. And that's how we keep it. Well, that's my thought anyway.
Lovely. Yeah, quite right. You're quite right. Doing things doing exactly what we're doing now, and other activities at the marae. As you say, come home to the marae. That's exactly the main way that we should do this. And as I mentioned earlier, my only thought around that is, learn as much as you can, and then teach your children. Try and keep that going in your whānau. Teach what you have. It may not be much at the moment, but teach what you have, and get the children involved. Ka pai. So I hope that helps. Tama pōkai. Ako no tamariki, as you do, Tama. And I know that Tama pōkai, the person that the question came from, does exactly that with his children. He teaches them. So, ka pai, tēnā koutou. Well, at this stage, I've got some questions from in the whare here. So if you don't mind, people, I know, want to take some questions. From anybody? Anybody?
I actually wrote some pātais down by me. One's particularly to tangihanga. So, question is, can wānau pani request tikanga to be adapted? I suppose I'll give a bit of background.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of our whānau pani was traveling all the way back from Dubai, flying back. And through no fault of theirs, there was a flight delay. And we had worked out by the time he would get back home to the marae, it would be about 10 a.m. This is the day of the Rā Nihua, the burial day. And we knew that the service was at 11 a.m. And at some, I don't know what's the tikanga here, cousin, but at some marae, I know that the closing of the lid of our loved one, at some marae, is practiced before midnight. And in some marae, it's before sunrise. But there was a request from whānau, and it came up at the Poroaki the night before the tangihanga, that can the lid still remain open until he arrives here at 10 a.m. And there was a request from the whānau pani to the hapu, in particular to those at home that are upholding, maintaining the practices of tikanga. And so after hui, it was agreed that tikanga would be adapted at that time to allow the loved one, the son, to say goodbye to mum. And so when our cousin got home, it was wonderful. Got to see his mum, had a big tangi, and it really put closure for him and the rest of the whānau. And then the lid went on just before 11 a.m. And then the people were arriving, time for the service. So I've seen that practice at another marae. Has that happened here? So my question is, has that happened here? Or if not, if that tono was to come at that time, would they be allowed?
Ka pai tēnā koe, Mahanga, very good question. It's good that we've got Matua Pōtonga here. So has that happened here?
As I maybe said earlier, I was thrown in the deep end there. All people said to me, well, I went to Koro Tik Rākei. Oh, pirangi anā kia noho ki te whaipai. Oh, ka pai e tama haere koe ki te whare kai. So my first lesson was go and cook some kai for the people. 7 years later, he come and said to me, oh, how am I to sit on the whaipai with him, you know, and yeah, this is good. So I'm sitting there next thing to elbow. There too. That's what I had to start taking it very seriously. But the matengo taku tamaiti Darryl. We arrived there at Kaiwi with my boy, 12 years old, I'm a mess. And the tent is there. And Coral Dick says, take that tent down, take him inside, he's one of us. So that old fellow had the influence and the knowledge or whatever to change things around. Now he, after a while I got on the whaipai there and I was the only silly fucking doing it at the time. I didn't know what I was doing half the time. So Uncle Dick was my advisor and he said to me, "Kei te whānau pani te tikanga." End of story. If you got a question, you go and ask the whānau pani what they want. I said, is that old? He said, no, it was much more strict when he was young. But the new world dictates that if tamariki are far away and they want to see their matua, their uncle, their auntie, waiho. So it's all very simple as far as I'm concerned. These days, you ask the whānau pani what they want. And that's it.
I want to pick up on what Matua Pōtonga has just said here. In the old days, it was stricter. It was much more strict. The traditional way is before sunrise. Before sunrise, the lid would go on. In the old days, they would totally cover the body with korowe and so forth, so that the body wouldn't see the light of a new day. The light of the new day is light. We come through the night, we go back through the night. And that means is that we come from the four, and the various four, and we go back through that channel. That's traditional. And what our matua has just said here is that pātai ki te kirimate. So you can ask the kirimate, depending on which marae you're on. But I want to take a step back. This is the time that we're living in. Things are different. I mean, again, we're online right now. I think 20 years ago, if our tupuna saw this, they'll be going, what are you doing? What's wrong? Can't they get you, and all that sort of stuff. But of course, we're in a pandemic stage at the moment as well. But anyway, that's the actual kawa. Your body doesn't see the rays of light of the new day. So one of the things that, because we're living in a different day and age, these things need to be discussed beforehand at the marae, like now. I'm not talking about right now, but you've got to look at those scenarios because that's what happens. Why not living overseas now? There's always going to be delays in flights. So we need to sit down as a whānau with your knowledgeable people of your marae saying, look, what are we going to do if this come up? What are we going to do if that come up? Because it actually could. As it has. But it wouldn't, what we don't do, and I want to put a bit of extra color back onto this conversation, is that we won't be taking the little if it's already on. No, it'll stay on. So, but and this is a great thing about this Wananga here and other Wananga to come with all of our of course. Look at those scenarios and make the decision. Because sometimes it's easy to say, nope, this is it. But we're going to look at the situation of the world now. Bearing in mind, let's not water too many things down either. Okay, so it just goes back to that discussion of knowledgeable people, whatever may not even be from the marae. We might have to call in some of the neighbouring marae to come in. Oh, what do you used to? Oh, we didn't think about it. Oh, but I know this what I did. Oh, come in, let's have a discussion at depth, at length, as to what we're going to do at these particular situations, because they're real. This is the world that we live in. Our tupuna as well, just finally, they adapted. They adapted with the world. If we see the flying of the flag on our marae, that's not a Māori creation of the flag. It's from the military. They saw it. They said, well, we like that. What's it doing? What's that flag doing? Oh, it's giving signals. It's saying that we're here. The top mast, that full mast. Yeah, it's saying that we're here. Oh, we like it. What about when it's halfway? Oh, there's a tangi on. So our tupuna adapted to the tikanga on the park here. The stuff that they like. What's that thing that you're ringing? It's a bell. Why are you ringing it? Oh, so you can go for a kite. Oh, we like that. Saves our voices. So they adapted to the bell. That's not our tikanga. Introduced. But just to go back to your pātai, good thing for marae like this one to sit down and look at the scenarios, basically all the scenarios that you can think of, and then at least got a plan. Hey, this day, we talked about this Sunday. Oh yeah, cool. And I remember when COVID hit, and I was working for the iwi office, we called everyone in, the knowledgeable of Ngā Rauru, so basically the knowledgeable people of all of our marae, and we put together a format in terms of tangianga. What are we going to do? How's the Zoom going to work? If sadly someone passes away during a full lockdown, and unfortunately a few did, and we had a format to follow, and it actually went well. As good as it could, during those circumstances. So yeah,
No, kia ora, cousin. And just give some reference to my question. What was interesting was a cousin had shared, he's a descendant of Te Rangi Haiata, the nephew of Te Raupara. He shared with us that when Rangi Haiata had his tangianga, there were so many people that wanted to come and give purupuraki. And so they right time to bury him. And, oh, another ope coming. People from the Motu were coming. So that thinking down with rongoa to keep his body preserved. And apparently it went on for, this tangianga went on for 3 weeks. So they put him on the tree, pulled him out for the next ope. And he said that was the first time they ever saw that practice, because of the many people that want to come to Tukumihi Purupuraki. So what he brought to light was that practice was practice back then. And as you see, different tikanga, different marae, I suppose because of the status of who he was.
Yeah.
So the people had adapted. Yeah, kia ora.
I just want to add one little thing. In all my experience, all of those Wananga, there was always someone who would say, especially Korowa, is nothing set in stone. Nothing is set in stone, all depending on the circumstances. But Rangi Haiata, I know that person. I was in the shearing gang 1952 over in Hawke's Bay, and I can't remember whether it's a male or female they called Hi-Hat. And when we all got pissed out singing out, Hi-Hat, here, no, Hi-Hat, here I am. So you related to those fellas? You said that name, Rangi Haiata.
Yeah.
Where is that? Is that?
Oh, no, my cousin is a direct descendant of Te Rangi Haiata, the nephew of Te Raupara.
Right. Sorry to interrupt it.
Yeah. I was just giving.
I just heard that name and that took me back to my youth.
Yeah, I was just sharing a kōrero. He spoke about the process and the adaptation of tikanga that took place during his tangi.
I want you to come out there. Is there any pathway? Is that you again, John, or are you just raising your hand? Oh, no.
Nobody's got their hand.
Okay, no pathway. Right, do you want to come back here? Do you have any pathway?
No, I think that was just the one about the wahine. And when they can enter a building that's under construction. So, for example, if a lady is doing her apprenticeship to become a carpenter, how does tikanga affect her and keep her safe in that mahi?
Good question. We had this actually numerous times this has come up, this question. But most recently was at Te Upuku, I'll use the name. They had some kaimahi that were going to come in as women, students, on the building floors. Then that pricked my eyes pricked up, my ears pricked up, and I said, hang on, we need to talk about this. So we did. And what is the kawa here? A brand new whare, whare in general, a house, is a living person. It's an ancestor. It's an ancestor, right? Or a living being. Right? Now, a whare has its own tapu, it has its own spirituality, it has its own formality, and its own personhood. I like that word. Now, the wahine, when it's under construction, the whare is under construction or being picked up or built from scratch. The men can enter because we have a different energy to a wahine. And the difference in terms of energy is that wahine can give birth. You have the mana to give birth. You have the mana to give life. And I'm talking about the woman gene. I realize there's some wahine that can't give birth, have children. But wahine in general have that mana, and you have that strength to give birth. So you have a very different tapu to that of a male, and it's stronger than a male for obvious reasons. You can bring life into it as well. So at the time of a house being constructed, renovated. That energy of the wahine shouldn't be around the whare at all. Because what it says, once the wahine goes in there, everything's complete. The energy of life that you've got, you can give to the house straight away. So that's why. So a lot of people that I've spoken to and have asked that question thought it was demeaning the way. Not at all. It's actually that you're held on the highest level of all, because you have a different type, you have a different energy to that of a male, as I mentioned. So what it is that you've got you give life. So it's not that the house of it's being renovated, it doesn't have life. It's just Mawiri at the moment. So what you're doing is just going in there and doing what you do as a carpenter, as a builder. And once that's all done, the first one in the opening or rededication ceremony is a wahine will go in, which you've got a puli, which is a virgin normally, or an elderly woman, and a kui would go in there, and their energy will be shared to the wari to bring it back, to energize is the word I'm looking for, to energize the wari. So basically, wahine, stay away from the wari while it's being renovated or even being built. Until the opening of the wari, and then the energies of all our wahine flow and connect to the wari. Hope that you understand there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so that's the kōrero behind that one. Good question too, and a question often asked. Back to you, because I think I've got a question there.
Yeah, I've got a few questions here coming in on the messages.
Okay, you go.
What is wano pani? What is wano pani, and who is wano pani?
Goodbye. From, did they have a name?
Manaki.
Manaki tumu. Manaki tumu. Tēnā koe Manaki. Ka mia ka rā kia koe. Ka ti rau kawa tu wale toa. Ki wanganui oki ngā tiparau. Me o iwi katoa. Tēnā koe Manaki. Who and what is wano pani?
Yeah, good question.
Very good question. From a Nga Rauru point of view, wano pani are everybody at the tangianga. Everyone in the iwi.
Oh.
So if someone passes from the iwi, right, you don't even have to be at the tangianga. We are all wano pani. We are all affected. Therefore, kiri mate is the immediate family to the deceased.
Kiri mate.
Which kiri mate. The immediate wano to the deceased. That, kapai? Everyone, kiri wano pani. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Good clarity there.
Yeah, but some iwi have it the other way around.
Okay.
So just that just depends where you are. But here in Nga Rauru, everyone is wano pani, but the immediate family is kiri mate, because part of their skin
immediate.
It's the immediate family. Yeah, and part of their immediate family is part mama. Hey, bye.
Oh, no, beautiful. This question, what is a kaumātua, and who are a kaumātua? An example, one of the whānau came on to a tangi that said, oh, this is our kaumātua. He was only young. But of course when he spoke, so in that whānau, they felt this one is our kaumātua because he's carried the mauri for the whānau whenever the whānau needed support on tikanga Māori, and he was one that could speak. And so I hear that, oh, kaumātua, you're 60 plus, or and so and I think there's some confusion there.
Yeah.
So some people say, well, no, tikanga now hapu, it's a kaumātua that upholds tikanga practices and stuff like that. So I don't. Does that still? What's that here for Waipapa? Oh, Nga Rauru.
I'm just going to come to our kaumātua here at Kōtonga. this has come up a few times, and I was in a Wananga with you at that. We were at the same Wananga. So yeah. Yeah, you're right.
There's been so many Wananga and heard so many different answers. I'm still confused. As far as I'm concerned, the oldest person in the group is the Kaumatua, even if he's only 21 and all the rest of them are 18. He's got to have a bit more wisdom than the younger lots, and he should be able to lead them. I always tried to dodge that situation, but as I said, I got thrown into the deep end and I had to adapt myself to it and make it up as I went along sometimes. I never made any really big mistakes. Nobody ever hated me for my decisions, but it wasn't easy. But you had to put a lot of logic into it. You had to think about the funny and the kirimate and all of them and try and work out a compromise. But usually little things like when my mother-in-law, my last mother-in-law died, the wahine were in there all sitting around, and next minute you look and they're all gone. And of course there was a big dust up then. You can go and never leave the tūpapaku alone. They had to learn that at a later age, but I had the duty of yelling at them and saying, hey, what am I? Who am I? And all. And don't go away.
Tēnā koe te papa. Good question again, Mahanga, coming through. Yeah, what our Matu is saying is correct. We've got different answers to this. But one thing he did mention is wisdom. One thing he did mention was wisdom and knowledge. A traditional kaumātua needs to have that experience, that wisdom, that knowledge, absolutely. But in today, and with all that wisdom and knowledge comes age. You can't have that type of experiences, knowledge, and wisdom without it. But today it's different on some of our marae, as we know, te wano. The knowledgeable people are sometimes not the old people. They're the younger people now. Our papa here come at a time when those old people were still alive. As you mentioned earlier, Uncle Tiki said, I want to learn, so asking your fella. He goes, oh, good, go to the kitchen. Now, that's a knowledgeable person. I want to learn how to speak on the pipe. Good, go to the kitchen. 7 years later, I come and sit. And sit. Understand.
Well, it's an apprenticeship.
Well, it's an apprenticeship, exactly. But Uncle Nga Piaka, I'll bring him in here because he did help in his time. A lot of our marae around the area, Uncle Maguiu as well. They said 40 up, 40 years up. Okay, but the discussion went a bit deeper. Kei tō hapu te tika. It's done with the support of your hapu. If that hapu is saying, this is your kaumātua, these are your kaumātua, well, that's what your hapu is saying. But it's got to be a collective. Some can't say, oh, yeah, sometimes he's our kaumātua, and sometimes, this other side saying that. But first and foremost, you must have that knowledge with first and foremost. Secondly, because of the time that we're living in, take the hapu te pōra. It's up to the hapu to say that, what you are. And that's an old way. E ara mai we kōrero mō. You don't talk about yourself and say, oh, I'm the tō, I'm the kaumātua, I'm looking at the column. Really? Your hapu is saying something different. So it's the support of your hapu is what they say. And because they're your support, day and night, night and day. You have nothing without your people. Yeah.
The other parts who wears pare kawa and why? Who wears pare kawa? Why?
Normally ngā wāhi. And the reason for the pare kawa is because, well, I've got this book here, annual report. I'll use this. This is just the greenery, just so you can see. That colour there, what does this colour represent? The colour green. Yeah, Papatūānuku, what else? Green is Yeah, bush.
Growth.
But when you see the color green, it's
Go.
growth, healing, yeah. Yeah. And that's what it is. It's a sign of healing because all of us, when someone close passes away, feels that aroha, that pain, that mamae. But because our wāine are actually stronger than our me, but emotionally, you know. And they use the kawa, the ronga generates down to it. It's actually a sign of health. Yeah, it's not a sign of death. Yeah. Ripi, the kawa, yeah, that's talking about life. Hold on to life, hold on to the ronga to get you through all of this mama or to help, you know, and make it heal. You know, that type of mama. So who is it? Is the wine? Why as a ronga for it? Yeah. I've seen some tane have pare kawa and I'm not Japono, I don't know what here. But other way, yeah. Kaku they have a pare. Yeah. But yeah, it's the wine there, but
Okay. So my mum, they put a pare kawa on her when Dad passed.
Yeah.
She was told to put it when Dad went down in the hole,
Put it in
to put it in the hole, and we thought, oh yeah, what's that about?
okay, so that basically the pare kawa is helping with your mama and getting you through, and then you put it down there, and it's another stage of release, another heal. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, can Tina speak on pai before tuakana? The reason why I asked this was that I was put into a position, and because my brother's a tuakana, and because I can sing a waita say a bit more than kia ora, I was put into an awkward position, and I said, no, I said, bro, I can't wait kōrero, and because he could, speak Māori at all, very little, he put me into a position. I said, oh, I might get a growling. So,
Okay, traditionally, no. Okay, I'll go back a step further. Dead alive, not at all, both of you. Yeah, dead alive, not at all, both of you. Unless Dad says, and the tuakana will speak. Then, for my one though, our father allowed only because that he could see that it's a changing time and a lot of the kōrero might be lost. So he let his kids speak. Yeah. But with the know that the tuakana is the tuakana, with his positions, or their positions in my case, and then, and me and my role, you don't automatically become a tuakana, you're just standing. So it's a wananga that you have in whānau. Now, I was talking about, I'll just talk about Nga Piaka a bit, Pauroto, who's one of the main speakers over there. His grandmother and my grandmother's sisters on our Nga Piaka side. He's also related to, I know you guys, looks, he's at the back of the can't see. So, his dad could cut him more to call him Māori than his dad could. And a lot of the others could say, he, at a young age, 15, he sat on the point. He's still there today. Doctor, not Pauroto by me. He just got his doctor. So, but that was because of his knowledge of water. But the point is, you have a wananga with your whānau, and you look at survival. You look at what does this do if they don't speak? Because there have been situations over the years where the tuakana, once the taina died, he didn't know what to do. And this tuakana was in his late 60s. He could speak Māori. Always been in the back, or in the taina, because the taina was given the toko to stand. When the taina died, we had all the knowledge, the tuakana didn't know what to do. And when he stood up, you could see he didn't know. So it's about sharing. It's sharing. So just to recap that part, traditionally, no. When Dad was alive, not at all. Very strong in other me too. Dad's talk. But it's a wananga between you and your family. And just say, look, I see some other Pochimala, his family has done, he come out on TV about it. I think Patarangi and his children, they speak when they need to, and all those sorts of things. But yeah, because you're looking at the survival of the culture.
Sustainability.
Yeah, sustainability. Yeah, sustainability. And you just don't want that scenario where the tuakana gives it over to a taina, and mixing when the taina is gone, the tuakana don't know, or the tuakana's line don't know. You know, so yeah, it's just about being on. But yeah, so have a wananga with each other is a good one. To say, hey, what are we doing here? And the tuakana might say, well, while I'm there, you don't talk. But when I'm not there, you can talk. Oh, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah, come on.
I think Feliki might have a question.
Oh, kia ora, Feliki. Hey, I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah. Oh, kia ora, I'm Feliki's daughter. I'm
Oh,
Dominic.
kia ora, bud.
I just have a little partai. I just wanted to know about when at tangihanga. So I went to a tangihanga at Kaiwi, and the females weren't allowed to go with their, I guess, the tūpapaku to the burial. So what's the, I guess, go on?
Yeah, I got what you're saying. Kia ora. Yeah, that's an old kawa of Nga Rauru. That's where it's the beginning again of healing, where the wahine stay back. So what's been said here is to bring everyone in on the picture. On the last day, the tūpapaku, or the person that's passed away, the deceased, is taken to the urupa, and the woman of the immediate family stay back at the marae. They don't go to the urupa. They don't go to the cemetery. And that's an old age kawa of Nga Rauru. And the reason for that, it goes back to the healing that we were just talking about earlier. I'll give a full explanation as well to it. So it's just healing. It's about releasing, let the body go. But the other thing is the wahine. This is an acknowledgement of the woman folk to Papa Tuanuku, to the Earth Mother. So what the women are saying in this stance or in this situation is that I let you, Papa Tuanuku, I let you, Mother Earth, the woman of all women, take the body. I had him or her during their lifetime, they'd be long or short. Now I give the tūpapaku, the person that's passed away, back to Papa Tuanuku, back to the earth. So yeah, it's an acknowledgement. And that healing for the wahine as well. Because our wahine, our kuia, traditionally, and even down to today, are our pillars of our families, eh? So they stay back, and it's just a good. It's not a good release, not at all. But it's those beginning stages of healing. Hope you can get that idea, Kapai.
Cool, ngā mihi.
Ngā mihi kia koe too.
Tamapokai.
Tamapokai, you back tēnā koe.
Tēnā no tātai. E rua ngā wāhanga o taku pātai nei. Me aroa mai mo taku reo Māori koutou kare e mana kia whakapākea pia a kua kenei. Hea e nei mea e rua e kia nei ko te whare puangiangi. O tātou nei mate e takoto ana ki roto I te whare puangiangi. I rongo au I te kōrero. Ana, ko te whare puni mo te ora, ko te whare puangiangi mo te mate. He tikanga ka kite kaha ki roto I a tātou o Ngā Rauru, ara ki runga o Pāmatangi ki Wenua Kura, ana ki runga o Waipapa, ka kite kaha I reira, e te hiatua Ngā Marae, ana ki kōtau Pākāraka o Ngāti Maika, kare mātou te wai o turi, e arowana ki tērā tikanga I tēnei wā, he tikanga tō tēnā. So koera te pātai tuatai, hea hae ka pēra, hea te tikanga o tērā. I rongo anau ki roto I a Ngāti Ruanui anō, rātau e tū ana I ngā whare puangiangi, ka mutu te tangihanga, ka tahuna te whare. Koera te tehi rongo nei au. Me tēnei mea, tēnei tikanga ki tēnei au, I Waipapa, I te pā ngutu wera, I te wā kei raro iho o te marae rā, o Nga Piaka. I te uhunga rā o tō tātou ni pāpa, ka kite au I aku whanau ngā Nakau a Shiri rā, I ako ritai. I tōna uhunga, I te pō te poroporo āki, ka toha ana ngā inu waipiro. Ka noho ana te straight ki te taha o te tupāpaku, e ka inu waipiro, te manuhiri, te hunga e noho ana, e whakangahau ana. Nā reira, he tikanga tūturu tēnā, no whea tērā tikanga, and ka arono e kia kite tērā tikanga anō I roto I a tātou. Nā reira, kamatu I reira. So really, just quickly, my pātai was around, I did hear it earlier, I think before lunch, around having a tent or a whare mate, whare puangiangi, whare apakura, and having our tupāpaku outside and not having them inside. Why do we do that? And what's the tikanga around that? And I've seen different versions of that. And also around, I saw Uncle Ritai's tangi and acknowledging my two relations, Nicole and Sherry, at their father's tangi. They were the ones handing around the whiskey and the vodka to the manuhiri sitting around. And the last time, actually the first time and the last time I actually saw that tikanga. And what is the tikanga behind that? And that was down at Ngutuwera Pā at Waipapa when it was down the bottom. Nā reira, kamatu I reira. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe e tama te pai oki o pātai. Thank you, Tama, and very important pātai, very important questions there. The first one's around the whare mate. Traditionally, all of our marae in Ngā Rauru would have a whare taua. That's another name, the whare puangiangi, which is a house that our tūpāpaku would lay in state. Excuse me. They'll lay in state in their whare. Traditionally made out of ponga. And they will lay there from the beginning of the uunga, the tangianga, right through to burial. And now, as mentioned earlier, yes, once the tūpāpaku was taken to, not always to a cemetery, but taken to a cave or taken to the ngahere or to a maunga to be buried, that ware that they laid in would then be, they'll set that alight. And the reason being is ko te ware tupuna, ko te ware o te ora, ko te ware taua, te ware o te mate. So, like this ware that stands here, the ancestral ware is for the living. It's for the living. Ware taua, sorry, is for the mate. So, ware for the mate had their own ware, basically. As years went by, that ware would turn into a tent or a marquee. As you mentioned, Pākaraka, even Kaiwi and at times would have a marquee and various other marae as an acknowledgement to that kawa. So I hope that helps you with the first question. So originally there was a ware taua made out of ponga to house and take care of our tūpāpaku and kirimate. And once the kirimate of the tūpāpaku would go to the urupa or to the mountains or to the caves, that whole house would be set alight. And it's about there's a place for the living and there's a place for the dead, basically. Ki tō pātai tuarua, your second question, yeah, that's a kawa of Ngā Rauru drinking in the with the that's everyone there laughing because yeah, it's a kawa that we all used to have, to my knowledge. It's not just when and it wasn't just when the sailing boats reached here either. The whale, the ships, the whaling ships, no. Our tupuna had a form of alcohol, form that got them into a state of well, they were quite happy. Let's put it that way. And so what that does, it's a form of healing again. Ki taku moio. It's a form of healing the inu waipiro. And for those that know, now I want this. I want to say that very clearly. For those who know, there was a tangianga i Upuku, and this is about 10 years ago. I'm not going to mention names. Anyway, one of Helen Luke's husband, Raymond, was there. We were all there. And we could hear these young people, they were in their early 20s. Oh, yeah, I remember coming to this bar years ago with my mum and dad. They drink on the last night. Let's go down the pub and get some booze. So they went down the pub, got some booze. On their way back with this booze, on this way back, Raymond saw it. And Raymond saw what was going on. He goes, what are you doing? Oh, we're just getting ready for tonight because I know we have a big booze up tonight when we have a when is on, when farewell's on, eh? And he goes, you put those things back into your car. And Raymond at the start, he wasn't a drinker then. He goes, you put those back into your car. You don't know why. You don't know why they done that. He goes, it was our old kuia and our koroeke and the ones that know what they were doing. The ones that know the kawa and tikanga as to why they were doing it. Now, I know that some of our people that drink with the tūpapaku nowadays still don't know, fully understand the whole kawa and tikanga, but there are people with the marae while that's happening that do. It's a wakanoa. It's a pleasurable drink to salute the tūpapaku. But they know what they're doing. It wasn't a full-on booze up either back in the day, but it was just going to a level, a rangi, a level where you were at pleasure, because it's a time to reminisce as well. It's the time to celebrate the person's life, and they knew what they were doing at that time. And what I mean by they knew what they were doing, it wasn't just about pleasure. It wasn't just about having a few beers. There's a tikanga and a kawa to it. There were waiata that were pao, which is short ditties or short waiata that the old kuia would sing. So there's a ceremony to it, is what I'm saying. And so it wasn't just get in there and just rock it up and pull the guitars out, or even though they did come out, but there was a spiritual reason why they done that, and the old people would sing. Now I'm going to bring our Papa back in here because he was around with some of those old people. When they used to drink in the whare. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what did you do back then?
Well, not particularly in Rauru. I haven't seen a lot of that, but out at Kawangaroa.
Along. Get a Papa. Well, I want to come back to the Papa.
That's another hui. That's another hui, uncle.
Go play.
Ki wiwi ki wawa ka haere ngā rauru ki tūtahi hei kake.
Ka pai. One year karaki at the moment. Kia ora tātou. Wano e te wana tēnā no tātou. So, yeah, one of the points that did come from our Papa here from Papa Potonga is that, yeah, they karanga to the keg, they karanga to the drink, they pile to the drink. So it's done in ceremonial ways as well. So tēnā koe tama te pātai, me te tumanaku I pai tērā te wakautu. Hope that was all right for you there, e tama.
Tēnā koe
Ka pai hoa. Is there any other questions?
Yeah, what's the difference between pōhiri and mihi whakatau? And when do you do a mihi whakatau and not a pōhiri?
Ka pai. To my knowledge, well, what's the difference between a pōhiri and whakatau? A pōhiri is a full-on formal welcome to manuhiri. A pōhiri is a full-on welcome to manuhiri. A whakatau is to your own. And our own is ngā rauru, Ngā Tilu Anui and all the other iwi and Taranaki and all the other iwi on Makanui. And Nga Tiapa. And Nga Tiapa. That's us. So if Nga Tiapa was coming here to Waipapa for a hui, what would do a wakatai for them? Won't be a full-on boy because we're all one. But if Tu Ware Toa was coming, be a boy. Yeah, all of the everything be up. You know, if Te Arawa was coming. So if Manuhi come, yeah, that's the point.
Oh, no, sure.
And Kapai.
Cousin, Tupapaku. When we arrive at the marae, we grab our loved one and we get turned around Nana, they'll turn around this way. The heat must lead first. And some of us were like, oh, yeah, why is that? And so, yeah, they say you got to make the heat lead first. Does it happen here? Or?
Oh, what should happen here? It should be the feet first.
Feet
just
first?
Like you walk.
Okay.
Just like you. That's what happens in Ngāre. Yeah. But sometimes I've seen it the other way around, but I'm not too sure because they're coming on the marae.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or they've been told something else. But ki tōku mōio, to my knowledge, it's feet first.
That's good to know.
Like you would walk.
So
It's just like you walk.
And when I'm down there, the head turn around this way, legs.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Where? Pātai, no?
Have you got a pātai?
Oh,
Yeah, come on, yeah. Join us. Yeah.
All right. I just want to ask you about hakari.
Yeah.
And I think it is part of the process for after tangihanga. It's part of the process. But where is it all at when we have the burial being done and the hakari's been taken away to somewhere else, or people are not coming back to the marae for the hakari? And how important is that for us to know that when someone's been buried, we come back to the marae to hakari? And if it's a choice, because a lot of people just go to the burial site and then they don't come back to the hakari. In the big scope of Te Ao Māori, where is that all at?
The hakari. Oh, look, it's the same as every other kawa that we have. Very important. To wāngai people, to look after people. But that's the breath. E kari ana I roto i a koe. It's coming into you to heal you. It's a healing kai, the hakari. It's a healing kai for the ki mate, all of the wānau pani, and everyone there. Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge part. It is. It's all connected. Absolutely important. We should all partake in that. Because they say that the hakari is the aroha from the deceased, the meamate. This is their koha back to us on the last day. Ko te kai te hunga mate. And they give to us. So, vitally important. We should all partake in that. But you're right, I've seen people want to know that leave because they might have mahi, whatever it may be. But if you really can stay, and give to it. It's not just eating, it's actually giving as well. It's sharing and all those feelings. Yeah. You mentioned something in your core if the hakari was taken away somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't follow that.
So the families decided just to go and bury the mate, and then they'll take the hakari or whatever back to their homes and not bring back to the marae. Is there something in that as well? Is that Whakano process incomplete?
Oh, it is complete. Incomplete. Yeah, because why was the two papaku at the marae? They should everything should be there. Yeah. Even in COVID times, people still had their hakari. Small groups that were at the time, they were still distance themselves, but they still had the hakari. You don't take the hakari somewhere else. You talk more.
I got a here. I'm not. You remember when Moa Pōkiha died? Come up there. the minister at Kaiwi.
No, but I remember as a young
Your
fellow,
dad?
Rangi died with his brother.
Whakahoki on my his father. More Pōkehā was from the river. He was the minister at Kaiwi and he took care of all the tangihanga. But he brought his whanganui tangihanga tikanga to Kaiwi. Ka mate ai eka hara mai a rupa kia hoki a mai te tikanga o ngā Rauru i o i tērā āuatanga te hākari o irimate i roti. Hey. And there was a hell of a stink over there, but he insisted, this is our Rauru tikanga, tangihanga, and it's mahi whakanoa. Well, they're right for the kirimati.
Oh, yeah, correct.
And he brought it there. And even when he died, and there was always a controversy over there. From some of the whānau taking kai into tent before the tent came down. I don't know whether that still happens, but there's probably still controversial kōrero about all that. But Ruka insisted, me hoki mai anō te tikanga tutu o ngā Rauru ki whakau e roa. Then he got into trouble for it. But that's what happens when you mix up the kawa, and it still happens there when, I mean, you know, people still come to a tangi at Kaueroa and they bring their whanganui tanga and it doesn't work. It's critical. So we're all in the position where we need to know the facts of all that stuff. Otherwise we're going to get into trouble.
Why? You're not going.
No, but I can't say, Pura Kōatsu. Is that Māori tradition?
No, it's not. No. We didn't traditionally have tombstones or gravestones. Once they, the closest one, it's not, I won't even make a comparison between the actual kawa that they'll do. Over a number of years, whilst the tūpapaku is in the ground or in the maunga or wherever, like, you know, the flesh will come off and it will decay and so on. They'll have what's called a hahuna, our tupuna, and they'll exhume the body years later and have another tangi out of the bones. Yeah, but no, not a hula kōatu like we do now. Yeah, no, we never have that. Actually, just
I had to do it a few times.
yeah, my dad
I've
done
had to
that.
do it twice.
Yeah.
And that was the most fascinating thing of that was just these people were sitting up facing the sunrise, all of them facing west. I was in the sun, yeah, facing the sunset, sorry. Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
All good. Ka tia ke tēnā no tātou, if you've got a pathway, yeah.
John and Rahima.
Kia ora, I'll come to you, Ray, actually first. Kia ora, Ray. Can't hear you now.
Yeah.
Ka pai?
No.
Hang on. E rua ki pātai. Pāeke tau tūtu. I know we have ours here is Pāke. What is the origin and how did we come about using that? That's the first one.
Yeah.
The other one, you know, when we do our pōhiri here at Pakaraka, we do, we're outside on Aotea, and some of the other marae do it inside the wari. Ea te take ka pērā ai.
Okay. Tēnā koe, Ray. Ray's got two parts. The first two questions. The first one being, what is the origins of Paeke and what are the origins of Taututu or Tuatu Tumai? Just to explain for those of us that aren't clear on what those are, Paeke is during the pōhiri, a welcoming at the marae, formal welcoming. The Paeke, P-A-E-K-E, is when the host will stand up and acknowledge first and waikōrero, the manuhiri. And then after they've finished, the hosts have finished, the manuhiri will stand and reply. That's paeki. And most of the country follow that kawa. The second one is tuatu tūmai or tau tutu. Mainly Te Arawa and Tainui. People follow that. And that's like a debating sort of style, where someone of the home side will stand first at a pohiri, and then someone of the other opposite side, the manuhiri, will then reply. And it'll go like that. Second speaker will do the same, and then the person on the other side will stand up. So like a debate, you know, how people get up and debate. Yeah, that same style. So I'll come to the origins of both of these kawa, the paeki and the tau tutu. They come from the time when Ranginui and Papa Tuanuku were still together, clung together, right? The sky and the earth were still together. The elements, which are our gods, were born. They were born. So the sea, Tangaroa was born, the bush, the trees, Tane was born. All of the children living between Ranginui and Papa Tuanuku were born. But they were in the pool. They were in the night. And there were a lot of discussions, a lot of arguments. But some of the atua followed the kawa o te paeki, where they one side of the house, let's say, the house of Rangi and Papa, would stand first and bring out their views. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many. Then they'll give the mauri of the kōrero over to the other side of the wari. And then that side will stand. All of that side will stand and give their views and points. When it started to heat up, they followed the kawa o tū matauenga, which is the tau tutu. Then they started to debate. So tau tutu comes from tū matauenga, and according to the kōrero, the paeki comes from Tāne, Te Atua Tāne. So that's where those two kawa were born. The origins are when the sky and the earth were still together. And that huge debate, discussion, debate around the separation of Ranginui and Papa Tuanuku took place. That's why they call it a kawa, because it comes from the gods. So that's where kawa of paeki and tau tutu came from, right? In Ngā Rauru, we have tau tutu. If there's something big that goes on and we can't get a solid agreement, and then you'll go to tau tutu. You go to te kawa o tū. And the last ones that really done te kawa o tū was, to my knowledge, in a big way, was Te Mawakaru up at Te Upuku. Even when you do tono tūpāpaku, asking for the tūpāpaku, you go to tau tutu if you have to. But there's a way that you do it. Yeah, but just in short, that's the origins of the two kawa. Why do some of our marae and Ngā Rauru have the paipai outside? And why do some of them have all of their pōhiri, so forth, inside? Really, they had to do with te uti o rongo mai and tu'u kākai. They were the peace. They upheld peace for all during times of battle. And so having a paipai inside, that's rangi Māori at all times. Say, peace. Outside, well, you can have a big debate there on the paipai if you want to. So it's when Te Witi o Rongo mai came in, the Tu'u Kākai came in, and they went to the Kawa o Rongo, the Kawa of peace. And you'll find that at Waioturi, you'll find that at even when Wakula, Kapira. All of us can do it. But the majority of the marae and Ngā Rauru have both. You have the paipai inside or outside, depending on the occasion, depending on the kaupapa. Yeah, but yeah, so that's why some followed the teachings of Witi o Rongo mai, Lawa ko Tu'u Kākai, so they kept the paipai ki roto. Yeah, so koera, ka pai? Kia koe nei, So John, did you have another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to just quickly say something about what Anaru said about, you know, after the burial, they took the hakari somewhere else. Now, I don't know about you guys, but that would really trip me out, something chronic, to the point where I couldn't go to wherever they've shifted the kaiti, because for me, it'd be like they're trying to start all over again. If I'm using a different venue, I mean, that would just feel, yeah, funny for me. I don't know about you fellas, but they would be really weird to have a burial, say like, we'll have the body at a marae, take it to the burial, and then move in the hakari to another place. They would make me feel unnervy, to be honest. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thanks for your wakaro, John. Is there any other pātai e tātou?
Aru mai, he pātai anō tāku. Te nuinga o aku pātai mo te maria, e hara nōku anake. E rangi ka tāpiri atu rā aku pātai ki ngā kōrero o te hākari o te kai. Tuatahi, hea te ingoa o tēnei momo, o tēnei kātū tikanga, e kai ana e te kirimate ki roto i te whare, te taha o te tūpāpaku. Ka kai tonu i te hākari ko te kirimate anake i roto i te whare. Hea toa tikanga, hea te ingoa, i wari tonu i tia, i taua kātū tikanga. Me tēnei mea whakamārama mai tēnei tikanga o te toi. Kia whakatakotoria te tūpāpaku ki rungo i te toi o te marae. Koira.
Ka pai. Tēnā koe, mā koe wakapākea ngā kōrero a Tama. Okay, what Tama's asking here is, throughout, or not throughout Ngā Rauru, a lot of our marae Ngā Rauru eat with the tūpāpaku, so eat in the same ware when the tūpāpaku is laying in state. What's that about? So I'll answer that question first. Ka rite anō te tapu o te kirimate ki te tapu o te mea mate. So what that means is you and your mate, the person that's passed away, your relative, are under the same banner of tapu. You're under the same aroha, put it that way. And so there's no restrictions. I mean, you ate with them most times when they were alive. Ka pai, so there's no restrictions there when it comes to eating with your own tūpāpaku. There's no raru at all. So there's no restrictions. So, but you, the kirimate, are under the same cloud of aroha and same banner. So that's the first thing. Number two, yes, the kirimate will eat in the ware by themselves after the tūpāpaku has been taken to be buried. The kirimate will go back in themselves and have a kai in the ware by themselves. Everyone else will be having a kai in the ware kai, right? During hakari. And again, that there is a form of healing. This is where all this healing starts happening throughout the tangianga and especially there. And just to wakawate te ware mo te katoa. And just to say, oh yeah, and give thanks back to the ware for looking after you and everything that has been going on. What was that? Oh, sorry, I thought something was falling down. So kia ora. So koe taku mōio nei e tama mo e la āhuatanga, e rua. In fact, if you look at other iwi, I know there's some uri o Ngāti Aua on here, tēnā koutou e te wānau, and they too eat in the ware with their tūpāpaku up there in Morrinsville. So, yeah, e ari te mea ko tātou anake. And some other iwi and tainui as well. Actually, myself and Plownick Loin were having a good kōrero about it last year. And so does his. Some of his marae, ka kaitahi me te tūpāpaku. And it's the same reason, ka rite anō te tapu. Ka pai tēnā? Okay, what I want to do right now,
Got one question.
yeah, one more question. I'll take one more question, and then we're going to go to a video. The video that we're going to play at the beginning.
So that's in there.
Oh, kia ora, Cass. In there.
Oh, Huntley.
Kia ora, Kaz. Be here.
Oh, yeah, we're just trying to can't hear you that well. Oh, now we can.
Okay,
Kia ora.
stand by.
No,
Can
go
you hear
for
me
it.
okay now?
Very good. Go ahead.
Hey, loving the kōrero, Rauru. Really enjoying it. Sorry I can't be there today. I'd much rather have been there in person. Other things to do down this way, but just want to add a little bit of kōrero around what you're talking about with tangi, etc., and just share a bit of a story, a very brief one about when our sister passed away. Now, when Uta passed away, it was probably one of the biggest tangi that they've had at Waipapa since before we moved it up the hill. And yeah, we had to open many paddocks to let buses and cars in for people who wanted to attend. And we were taken back to the tikanga that you're talking about. And it was against our wishes. We felt that when we had to go back to the tent after we buried Uta, that we had to eat in the tent. Now, how we felt at that time, myself and a couple of my brothers, was that we didn't have time to acknowledge the people that came to tautoko us. A lot of people had to move on, and we felt by not eating with them, and I understand tikanga and I understand, why, and it was supposed to be healing, but for us it wasn't healing. It was actually very hurtful because we didn't acknowledge, and we didn't feel we were allowed to acknowledge those who came to wrap their arms around us and support us. In the end, Dad actually said, if you want to go and eat in there, you can, just go. And it was quite an experience when we walked into the warekai and the smiles on people's faces because they could see us before they left. So, talking about what the kirimate would prefer to do, for me is very important. I want to look at tikanga, but does it fit? Just a bit of kōrero. Thank you, Rauru. No pātai. Kia ora.
Oh, cousin Hini's kōrero.
Tēnā koutou. Sorry, I was just out doing something. Tēnā koe, cuz. And I remember you sharing that at another hui that we had, and it's good that the rest of our whānau can hear that kōrero. And I think it goes back to what Mahanga was saying, that adapting and understanding today. And that's one of the things with tikanga, It's really about protecting us and guiding us. That's what it does. That's what it's for. So, and it's good to hear your kōrero because I'm sure that there's many other whānau that can share, what you understand. What you've talked about, and I think it's really important for us to discuss these further, discuss these matters further. And really look at the situations of what we're living in now. Because I tell you what, if you look at what we've been doing over the last, let's say, 50 years, and you go back 200 years before that, I'll tell you, our people have been going, well, we wouldn't do that, we wouldn't do that, that sort of thing. But Tikanga and Kawa must live in it within every generation because it needs to adapt. It needs to adapt. The values must stay there, aroha, manaki, and all those values that we know, but we must carry on. Because I tell you what, 20, 30 years from now, our descendants are going to be having the same discussion because they have to. And then they've got to look at the world that they're living in as well. And that's, so these wananga here aren't only for looking at the past, but it's also looking at the present and the future as well. You've got to look at the three. And I'd just like to thank you for that quarter, because I remember that quarter very clearly when you brought it up. Actually, the water was still down the bottom here, and you spoke about that. And your dad was alive, of course, and he was sitting there, and we were talking. And I remember him adding later on, it was just him and I having a bit of a quarter, and he goes, things have to adapt. He goes, I actually had my wife's tangi at puku. And and all those sorts of things, because he had to adapt, because it's about resources too.
Resources, cousin. And just want to acknowledge cousin Henny. You see, in the old days, it was okay because we lived around the fire. You know what I'm saying? When the tangi's finished, we still living there. But we live in Te Pakia, and when you got whānau, they have travelled from afar. And like cousin said, the kirimati whānau just want to come have a kai with them because they're going to leave. Hey, they're going to leave. And it helps bring closure to whānau. This is about the closing of the lid. I'm not too sure if you heard before, cousin Henny, I shared that some of our whānau, when they come home and they fly from far from overseas, from Dubai, and one of my cousins was arriving on the day of the La Nihu, at the burial day, at 10 o'clock. The service was to begin at 11 o'clock, and there was a request from the kirimati, from the whānau, to the hapu, and those, our kaumātua, could the lid stay off, because they normally shut the lid before midnight at this particular marae. Could the lid remain open until our brother gets home to say goodbye to mum? And it was wonderful that the tikanga had adapted to allow for that moment, and he got the opportunity to see mum and gave closure, not only for him but for all of them. And it became a healing, because when we bury our loved one, that's it. We go back into Te Pakia, into our own four corners, and it has an effect, a wairua, hinengaro mentally. It hurts the heart, and awesome. And I'm glad when there's a consensus to adapt at a particular time. Kia ora.
Kia ora, hine, kia ora mahanga for that extra addition to the kōrero. As I said, that was our last question for now. I just want to go back to that video that we didn't play earlier, and it's now what's it called? The first Māori navigator. Sorry, I couldn't read my own writing. And what's the name? It's just to look at some of the points around our stories and what they really mean. So here's Hoturu Akū. Some of our Ngā Rauru really know this man pretty well. The ones like Teriaki, who went on the waka over, well, he's been on a few journeys, Teriaki Hawira and various other uri o Ngā Rauru that have gone to Hawaii on our waka tupuna. So here's the video here. Kia ora tata.
Kia ora everyone, it's really great to be here. It's been a really hectic day today. So I'm looking kind of worn out and everything, because we had to truck one of the Māori King's canoes up here. We left at 2 o'clock this morning from Hamilton and got down here, and then we had to load it. We had to wait for the crane, and so we finally got in at 8 o'clock this morning, and then had to move it through all the traffic. So we had those canoes running, we had these canoes running, and I was driving around in a boat all day on a radio trying to make sure that everything worked well, and it was a great day. Just great congratulations to the city and to actually New Zealand. It was a great celebration for New Zealand today to see all the different types of craft, all the different people, all the different cultural ways of expressing pride. Was really great today. So it's just good. It's just been a really long day today. So but it's really good to be here tonight, just looking around and seeing these kinds of representations of what we sail around on. Is so awesome, because I think being able to see the beauty of these kinds of things helps a lot of people who only see the top part of the ocean to understand how important everything else is. So as we travel around on our boats and all the things that we do with our kids, those are the kinds of things we always try to talk to them about all the time. You know, that there's more to it than just looking at the... And I guess in terms of what I'm here to talk to you about tonight is that often there's more to look at other than the surface of a lot of what people would regard generally as the myths and legends of the ancestors who came here with the knowledge of navigation. Because if we sit back and we think about those kind of things, we have to take our minds back to people or ancestors. I call them people because if we follow back through the ancient genealogies of the Māori and the Pacific, people like Maui are real people. They're not actually characters in a movie or in a cartoon or in a kid's bedtime storybook, but for us, they're the real ancestors of our world. And so when we talk about ancient navigation, the ancient experts that travelled across the oceans, then those are the names that come to the fore. Maui, Kupe, then my ancestor Hoturoa, Ngā Toroida, there's all these names of people who were great seafaring sailors, captains, navigators and crew that we still have in the recollections of our people. And so to be able to sit here and or to stand here and talk to you about all of those people is something that's very special for me. Not just the fact that we're here talking about how great our oceans are and how in need of our assistance and care they are at the moment. Also the fact that I'm able to stand here and have our two canoes sitting out here as well this evening. And we're really fortunate that this has become the home of these two canoes. And Haunui has sailed from here to San Francisco, down to the Galapagos Islands, and all the way across back here, across to Australia. And we've done quite a bit of mileage. And in that whole time is, part of what I try to pass on to the young people that come and sail with us is for them to realise that actually they're descended from these great navigators and these great seafarers of 1,000 years ago, of 2,000 years ago, of even further than that. And so when people ask me, do you believe in these stories about Maui? Or do you believe in these stories of Kupe and all these kinds of things that have happened? And I always say yes, and then people will say, well, why? And it's exactly as I explained to you earlier. Firstly, if I trace back through the genealogical stories that are passed on from generation to generation, they feature in those stories. It's not as if I'm talking about some figment of my imagination. There's actually a person, and then the stories that are associated with that person, the kinds of things that start to get people wondering, why do you believe in this kind of stuff? Because if you sit back and you think about the stories of Maui, the stories of him fishing up land with the fishhook of his ancestor, slowing down the sun with the fishhook of his ancestor, all these kinds of stories. And if you look at them on the surface, like if we look at the ocean, if we look at them on the surface, what they are, they seem to be these stories which don't have any other fabric or information in them. So you need to be able to understand how to decode these kinds of stories. And so stories about Maui fishing up land, it's not just a Māori story, but it's a story from the whole Pacific of this great explorer and navigator called Maui who fished up land wherever he went. And that fishing up of land is actually the really cool storytelling way of talking about how someone discovers land. And then when people say, but how can you believe that he used a fish hook that was made out of the jawbone of his great-grandmother? And you say, well, it's actually, you have to think past the physical appearance of a fishhook that has been made from the jawbone of an ancestor, but you have to understand that when we talk about the jawbone of this ancestor, we are talking about where that information came from. So, you know, when somebody talks to you and someone tells you about stuff, where's that coming from? Right here. The jawbone of that ancestor is going to give you that kind of knowledge. And then people say to me, well, how come you can slow the sun down? How can you make days longer and shorter? I said, well, all you need to know is to have the navigational knowledge to move your people from one place where the days are usually of an even length and come to a place like Aotearoa where in the summer the days are long. Suddenly you've got a story that sounds very full of fantasy and wonder to be actually come down to a story that tells you about how to get to places. But if you don't know how to be able to sit back and look at those stories in that way, you're always going to be looking at them on the surface and think, oh, it's just fairy tales. It's just myth and legend. So part of what we love to do when we sail is not just to talk about those stories, but then to bring those stories from out of a realm of myth and legend to reality. And the way we've been able to do that is to go on these long voyages. So when people say, oh, how, you know, do you believe that you can sail from here to there without using any scientific instruments? Okay, well, we do use a scientific instrument. It's called our eyes, it's our ears, and all it's a type of things that all of it. I'm not talking about Māori ancestors. I'm talking about all our ancestors used to do this. All our ancestors used to just look at things and figure it out. And go, that's how we should do it. And so that's why we did it. When people asked it, I said, well, we've done it. How can you believe that you can sail so far? I said, well, we've done it. You know, we've sailed there, we've come back, we're still alive. What greater proof do you need that this kind of stuff works? And so, I guess to close off, really is to say to you all that we're very fortunate that we were able to rediscover this kind of knowledge. It's not just through the ability to decode the ancient stories of our ancestors, which is something we've always known. There's been underlying stories, but we've been very, very fortunate that over the last 35 years, for us anyway, we've been able to sit at the side of a great master navigator from Sarawak. Nga Piaka was a man who broke the cultural mould of his people and chose to teach people from outside of his island how to do this. And he chose to teach people who were not direct descendants of his how to do this. And so what we do when we sail, it's not just a matter of sailing across the ocean, but it's a matter of thanking him for breaking that mold to allow us to be able to rekindle and re-enliven that kind of information. And so we've got all these young people now who, or when I say young, younger than me, young people who are starting to get and understand the basics of these things. And when we do things like in 2012 when we sailed to Hawaii, that was a graduating voyage for two of our navigators. When we got to the Marquesas, their test was to get the canoe from the Marquesas to Hawaii, and all I did was ride along, and every now and then if they asked questions, I'd give them answers. But it was their job to get the canoe there. And these are the best kinds of tests because there's no kind of A, B, C, D pass or not yet achieved and all that. It's like live or die.
That's the line,
you know, you get there and you've arrived, you passed. It's those kinds of tests, but those are the kind of things that we actually out there and we do. So, yeah, as I said, to finish it off, I can't really go any further than to thank Nga Piaka for his taking a chance with all of us to become the ones that understand his knowledge, which is the knowledge of our ancestors. And I remember one time we were at a conference with a bunch of scientists in at the University of Hawaii about 15, maybe 17 years ago. And one of the scientists asked him, don't you feel bad teaching Micronesian traditions and knowledge about navigation to Polynesians, because that's really what was happening. We had this little man from Micronesia teaching all of us what to do. And he actually said, white man drew the lines. And then afterwards we had this really good sort of session where, and a lot of people came up to me and said, can you explain to me what Mr. Piailug was talking about when he said that? And he said, I said to them, look, what he's trying to tell you is that until the ocean was kind of split up into all these places that we're used to seeing on maps, what he's telling you is that the knowledge that he had at one stage was an oceanic knowledge. It was a knowledge that everybody knew, and he was happy to return that knowledge to everybody else. And so that's what we're trying to do now. You know, we don't believe that Haunui is a waka that, or Aotearoa wakas that only Māori people should go and learn this kind of stuff on. And we don't think that that we should keep those kind of things to ourselves, because that's what Mo said to us. And so it's great to be here tonight. It's great to sort of help you all to look a bit deeper into some of these things, and just like to congratulate the Maritime Museum for this new space. It's really, really awesome, and it's great to have it enlivened by all these things that we see here tonight. Thanks a lot. I'm going to go home soon and have a rest, because it's been a long day, but it's just really great to see you guys here. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Is there any questions about what was just played? You might have some wakaaro or questions around some of the kaupapa here. Because the real point that I really wanted to bring up, I wanted to be heard from this particular video, was around the stories that we have, like Maui, and that they're real stories. And when you look at it, the way that Hotiro explained that Maui discovered these islands, not only the North Island of Aotearoa here, but other islands, then you can see the beauty in their description of the Maui fishing up the island concept. Yeah, so that's one of the things I wanted us to hone in on. But a lot of kōrero there, it's about, there's one part there that Hotiro talks about the person that taught him about navigation. And Hotiro is going to write everything down. He goes, no. He goes, oh no, I'll just go and grab my pen and my paper. And he goes, no, the paper will go on the wind and walk away. But if I gave it to you and you got it in your head and in your heart, it's there forever. And that's about that, transmitting of information, knowledge, from one to another. Yeah, so a lot of learnings in there. If you want to go and revisit that particular video there, tātou. But are there any questions even from here? No.
Tēnā koe e te whanaunga, ko James maka whare mai I tēnei. Hey, just checking in that this Wananga is available later on in the archives there somewhere?
Yeah, it will be, James. We'll probably send the link out tomorrow to everybody that's on the mailing list. If you're not on the mailing list, just email me at kmac40@outlook.com, and I'll send you the link and add you to the mailing list.
Kia ora mai. Yeah, I sent it out to a lot of the cousins. I see they aren't on today, but they are really keen. I've even got them that have we missed? Of course you missed. Engari, e kaupapa pai tēnei ma tātou o Ngā Rauru ki tai. Pai ki te wakarongo ki a koutou Rauru, me tāmata nei kaumanua, me nui ki a koutou e pāna ki ngā kaupapa ngā waiotanga o rātou, ngā kōrero ngā kiriata oki, ki ngā whiriwhiri kōrero hoki, rawe. Look forward to the next Wananga. Wananga. And lots more for Ngārauru Kitai Ngāuri to absorb and pass on and share. You know, COVID shouldn't stop us having these kaupapa kei te haere tonu. Nā mana ki tanga kia koutou. Kia koe potonga. Ako, nā me kia koe.
Oh, kei te mihi atu kia koe e hoa, tai hoa, e kōrero.
Hey.
The historians got it all screwed up again when they talk about the Polynesian Triangle. We'll be talking about the whole Pacific Ocean because our people have already been there before Columbus.
Ai, tika tau. Tika tau, ai. I love me hotu roa I porirua I taua wai rawe nā kōrero. I think our tamaki mokopuna need to know what we know and all the special tikanga and kawa that belong to Ngā Rauru Kitai. Me te awa tupua. Nā me atu kia koutou. Kei te mā te wā tūtaki anō.
Tēnā koe, James. Pai te rongo atu ia koe oki e te Wananga. Me o hononga ki tēnei marae tonu, te wāhanga kia tapu tō paumā, o tupuna, ana e tūnei. Me rā hononga katoa. So just good to hear from you, James. And of course, I harken back to your mother, Auntie Nairi. And I remember a Wananga here. I've got a photo of it too. And Auntie Nairi came through and talked about your fellows' connections through the Tamo and Tawito Po lines back here at Waipapa. Kamahara. Tēnā koe, tēnā koe. Yeah, and definitely share this out. You can also go on to the excuse me, Waipapa Facebook page, and it'll tell you how to connect to the video here. Those of us that watch this one. Those of us ka here mā taki anō, when I watch it again. Pai tōna tēnā. So tēnā koe, James. Yeah, so this is a time, a time for us to ask pātai e tātou mā, anything around what's being talked about, or you have any other pātai pertaining to our kawa and tikanga. Now, whilst we're waiting for that, we're going to close off at 4 o'clock today. There's definitely going to be other one, and I just want to pump those up. And one of them is promote that, I should say. Is around taonga preservation, and that's our tamahine there, ahi. Going to talk about that, how to manaaki and look after our taonga, tupuna, our taonga tukuiho. And that's going to be, I'm looking forward to that Wananga as well. There's a few other Wananga as well coming up. Governance is one of them, to my understanding, and that sort of material is really, really good as well. So we can work together under those sorts of ture, the ture tawi, and how we can navigate our way through all those wars and those sorts of things that are happening to us here in Aotearoa. But whilst I've got Kirsten with me, Kirsten, in terms of your role with Te Kawe o Rauru, what you look after the environments, what are some of the things that we're doing at the moment?
And so at the moment, we're I'm working with Billy shortly to look at some of the legislation changes around the Resource Management Act. We'll be kind of working alongside of other iwi and engaging in those consultation processes with the Ministry for the Environment around what that new legislation should and could look like. There's all sorts of applications before iwi at the moment about different things that people want to do around the environment. So I'd encourage everybody to get in touch with Te Kāui Ōrāuru to represent your specific part of the rohe. We need to have local knowledge to be able to effectively protect where we are, where we come from. We don't have a lot of resource at the iwi office at the moment to cover these areas. So if you have spare time and an interest in doing that mahi, reach out to the office and see how you can support in those spaces.
Cool, yeah, it's all, you know, that's very important mahi, of course, that you've got going on, and it affects our haurohi, and it affects our hapu as well. And yeah, it's a good thing that that you know, we've got that space cared for at the moment. Because it's something well, that affects the whole country, you know, it affects the sky that we've got above us and the earth below us. But it's good that we've got our own people, our own coming in. I heard you mention Billy. You're talking about Dr. Billy.
Dr. Billy,
Dr.
yes.
Billy. Get up with Dr. Billy. And he certainly comes with a very strong background in terms of those areas, and also being a academic lecturer at Victoria University, who I actually just met over the last few months. Last year, wasn't it, Billy? Something along that side, and he's also one of our Ngā that's come home to Manaki and support our kaupapa at Te Wano. So at the moment, we're here at Waipapa and our whare, but I want to bring our kaumatu, our paake back in here, because it's an interesting thing that you've said for so long, and you heard it from the old people, to my understanding, at Papa Kotoa, and that's around the whakaotea. Now, there's, I'll just go through the general kōrero pertaining to the whakaotea. It came from, they left Hawaikirangi out here, they journeyed across the waves, across the ocean. They made land up north there, the northern area of the North Island, and then they came down the west coast here, and they landed at Kawa, and they left the waka there, according to some sources. What do you know about the waka? Well, what, yeah, in terms of your kōrero about the whakaotea, you say that the waka is somewhere here among the Ngāriki area. Talk a bit more about that.
E kape nui tēnei ki au. Mai te wā e tamariki ana au. Ki pātai atu ki taku matu. O se akanu? Oh, out there. Oh, where's the akanu? Oh, they look at you. This here is where, of course, we're living at Haka. No, before that, we were living at Castleford. He said, it's here. Te takere o out there. And I said, what's that? He said, well, that's the main part of the hull. And the tree that split in half when they felled it, and all these kōrero coming out. And he said, they heard, and this is through, yeah, Kui Pani was part of that discussion. And she pipes up and she says, hey, Ika. Hey. No, getting confused. No. Anyway, the kōrero was that Tainui was going to burn Te Takere o Aotea. So they decided to go and get it. This must be several generations after Turi and them left Aotea and marched down here. So they went back to get it. And that's all the old man said. He said they went and got it. They just put it in the water and paddled it down here. Now, there's conflicting stories, because some years ago we heard a story about a fellow diving in Aotea, seeing a big waka kamate ai. So it's a tapu thing that you don't go near and you don't talk about it and all that. But my dad was deadly serious. And he said they all know. All his generation knows that kōrero, that the takere o Aotea was brought down here. I said to him, is it that part there? Because, you know, the Waitoturi and those fellas. No, it's at Waitotara. Tino Pai, oh, I love that story, but you know, just another legend. And it's only 3 years ago that I read Ngā Nui history. And the same bloody kōrero is in there, the takere o Aotea. They're not saying where it is or what it is. But this story grows with the years. And I've also studied things like Aotea Utanga Nui Te Kai me Te Kore. Te tai o ngā kai ko te titawhiti. It's a small cabbage tree from the islands, which doesn't branch, just grows one straight stalk. Te kai, ko te paiaka or pakiaka, the root of the titawhiti, is cooked in a umu tea. And it was common until cattle came to the countryside and they live it too, they eat it. But where I believe Aotea is lying in the swamp, just over the hill there, there's titawhiti growing there. For me, e tohu tēnā, because the titawhiti is out in the swamp, the cattle can't get at it, it's survived. And on that titawhiti, every year a new trunk grows up and the other one dies. Well, there's a big pile of single trunks, but one titawhiti is in it. This may not be connected, but to me, it's all so I believe it is there. I've heard enough evidence to say that Aotea is there. They talked about burning it. They were jealous, according to the kōrero, that Tainui is only a little thing and 2 rocks. I've been there, a couple of rocks, 50 metres apart. Now, according to George's tuakana at Maungaro, he agreed. He said, I used to go to Wananga up there. Can't remember his name, but he said, oh, Te Wakataru,
Uncle
60 feet long. So there again, there's evidence that it could be true. But the thing that changed my mind, that it's not just a myth or a legend, was the history from Ngāti Ruanui. So I believe it is there. I've been around over there. The only thing that's stopping me from looking for it is there's a duck blind there, and a big, huge lake has been dug with an excavator. Now, as far as I'm concerned, they shouldn't have been pissing around over there with an excavator. Now, there are things building up with that whole thing. Danny got the first surveys from that area, and it's got little screens with something in the screen and the name there. Could be Aotea, I don't know. Now, the other thing that is there, these old fellas here, Ole and all in, the carvings, Ngā Pou o Ngā Piaka are there in that swamp. When they went to get these heke, that's all that was left of them. The rest of them were too rotten. The other ones are underneath where Ngā Piaka was down below. So you've got 2 sets of taonga there, and I believe they are there. I've been to Maureen and Ray and the fellow Army Karipa. He's part of the duck shooters. I said, we want that duck shooting thing gone. Like Mary and I are the last 2 trustees of that block. She said, yes, gotta go, so that we can get in there. You can't walk in there, you know, you end up to your knees in mud. So we want to be able to go and locate something there, measure the length, just with probes and with ground penetrating radar. They won't take their duck blind away. It's a big building, but it's in a legal structure. And I'm going to go and burn it, but that won't help. So it needs to be gone. Now, what we're waiting for, the situation at the moment is when Kirsten stopped mucking around.
Red level, we're in red level, Matua.
Now there's 3 or 4 Whenua Tōpū trusts on Papatuku. One of them contains that waka, I believe, or right next to it. What I want to do is elect a group of Ngā Rauru people, maybe consult with Whanganui and Ngāti Ruanui and Ngā Ruahine and all them and say, do you want to be a part of this search? And some people have agreed here that we would locate what we can, examine it and see whether it's salvageable. And if so, salvage it and bring it up here and put it in a shed. But that's my tūmanapo. Now there's other elements to this. There are records of the bush scouring expeditions by the military. They start at Waitotora and they go out into the bush. Now they came up the Karaka block, that's a block next here, and they went up the stream. They were taking all canoes. 110 men found a large canoe up a stream bed and they couldn't move the bloody thing. So they left it. They didn't burn it, they didn't chop it up. They went up to Momahaki or Rotoroa, they chopped up the canoes up there, but they didn't touch that one. So again, maybe that's out there, maybe not. But according to Buller, Damon, Sonny, and Jim, it's there and we're not allowed to touch it. Leave it.
Do you know where it is? You know, where they soldiers
within 50 meters, I reckon I know where it is. And it wouldn't be very deep. You can get it with a probe, but you can't walk in there, you end up to your knees. I've got a big pile of pallets in there, but it's not enough to cover the whole area.
Yes, yes.
You can walk on pallets, you can get to where it might be. But there is a scar in the ropu, in the swamp. Yeah. Repo. Yeah. There's a scar in it where something's been dug. Now I'm concerned that it's been taken. And those whakairo or those po might have been taken. It's not unheard of. There's the remains of Koro Sturmey's swing bridge. That's in there. Big, thick wire ropes. So, I mean, there's a puzzle there that needs to be solved by us. But the big bugbear is, I've been to Maureen. It's her cousin. They're not worried. The other thing on this survey that Sonny found, there's a new standing there where Waipapa stood is a new 1870 something. So Te Ua must have been there, which is ho-ho. So you fellas are ho-ho. We're all bloody ho-ho.
Yeah,
with all of the stigma that goes with it.
Yeah.
But for me, there's no stigma.
That's right.
They were. So, I mean, it's getting complicated now, but for me, you know, every country in the world is digging up its history. And I'll tell you what, I heard a leading, I didn't catch who he was, but a leader of some large tribe lamenting the fact that there are no waka available for them to study. And I'm thinking, yes, there is. I know where one is. So, you know, this is a huge issue for Ngā Rauru and for the mana of our iwi. You know, because I can remember going with Ruka to meetings, and at one of those meetings, Rangiho was there, and Tipani O'Regan. And they called us and they said to Ruka, "Kai we at Te Awhiorangi." Oh, according to Ruka, it's underneath the vault at Tūtahi. And what's her name? Over there. She had the same story. But there's another story I need to talk to you fellas about that. So there you go. That's about all I can tell you. I want to solve that problem before I die. That thing was out of the water in a Rauru shed, according to my dad, right up until 1870s when the war started, and they got concerned about what's going to happen, so they hid it. They got the carvings and hid them, and it wasn't until the end of the war they came back and they wanted a house. And this framework was standing on the Karaka block on a place called Whenua Huia. And they dismantled it. No, it was dismantled before that and hidden. So they went and dug these heke up, and they kept all the best ones and buried the other ones. And this is the shed with no nails. They all raved on about that the first few years I was here. Because when they went to dismantle it, they'd been standing over on Whenua Huia throughout all the wars and everything, and left. And they said they went to pull the bits. Well, it all just fit together like a jigsaw, no nails. So they used to talk about the house with no nails. I believe we should be researching that. How old would that house be, and how old would the carvings be? If it's pre-nail culture, you know, it's 16, 1700s. It's a big story.
Just to go back to your call about the take. So are we talking about, does the old people mention the waka out there or the take?
Just were
they referring to the whole of the?
No, you've seen the ones at Putiki that we used during the. They put strengths, what they call strengths on there.
Yes.
I can't tell you whether they did that, but they will work as a waka if they're big enough and have enough seaboard, they call it. You know, you only need 6 inches. And if it's been sitting on the land for long enough, it will be very light. As soon as you put it in the water, it'll start leaking, but in a couple of hours, it stops. But, you know, it is there. I believe it is there somewhere, and it hasn't been underwater or under the ground for very long, less than 200 years since the end of the war. So
when the excavators when the soldiers they found it.
Well, they found one that they couldn't move. 110 men couldn't move it, but so they left it. They were too busy chasing out people around the bush during the bush scouring expeditions.
Yes.
So they left it, but they went up the river, chased all our people off, 70 k's up the Waipapa River and all the other rivers, and all of the people were misplaced. It was ethnic cleansing, man. Yeah. And that's why I'm still grumpy. They left all that out of the claim and out of the negotiation for the settlement. They left it all out. The Crown actually broke every rule in the book and every law in the book, including the 10 Commandments, but that's not the point today. The point is the takere o Aotea is there, and we need to go and get it. I'm a bit afraid. I contacted him. He said, "Aye, go for it."
So who are you looking for to, just sort of, not marginalised, but so we're clear, what type of people, what skill? Is it skill that you're after as well, or just got the uri to go along and help you?
Kia hau nei, kei ngā uri katoa.
No, my husband.
Yeah.
So when? I mean, we're in a pandemic at the moment.
It's going to be very difficult unless we drain that duck pond. Very difficult. Once we drain that, we can go there the next day. Excavators, all that shit, we can get it.
Yeah.
And dig the fucking thing up, man.
I
got all these things like probes, very sharp, and I've got other ones like a drill. You can turn it, you can bore down. That clay gets very, very sticky. You know, you got a steel rod, very hard steel, high tensile, the size of your finger.
Yeah.
You can only go a couple of feet into that stuff.
Yeah.
And it's stuck.
Yeah.
Excavators are sorry, man. But you would locate it with those rods or with the ground penetrating radar. But again, you've got to get rid of that water. Now, I've contacted the South Taranaki District Council. The woman I was talking to, quite a smart ass bitch. And in the end, I just sent a mail to her, do your bloody job. Get rid of that duck line.
Oh, fine. Oh, well, there you go, Tim, if you're interested in finding the take o Aotea Waka, part of Aotea Waka, according to the kōrero, possibly could be here around this area. Contact our kaumātua Tōtonga, and these guys at the pick out here. But case the point. But hey, again, yeah, tēnā tātou, he wānanga kei te ai. So we're just doing a bit of a wānanga here, tātou ma. And I hope, you know, to some of you, this might be a great new kōrero. We've heard a lot of this kōrero over the last few years. But hey, there could be some substance to that kōrero, you know?
Oh, there is, it's there.
It's there.
It's there, man.
So just to let everybody know, Danny Broughton from Te Kaʻuiororu has lined up some LiDAR surveys to be done as soon as it's practicable after red level or the levels change. There will actually be 10 sites that we'll be looking at, and the Papatupu block and the possible site of the Te Takere or Aotea is one of them. So anyone who's keen to keep across that project and be a part of the mailing list, email me at kmac40@outlook.com.
No, mai.
And we will include you in the kōrero.
There one more kōrero for that. To support the fact that it is there. When Tōmairangi discovered Te Awhiorangi up on Piaki, where did they take it? Where did they bring Te Awhiorangi? Down here, to Papatupu, right beside out there, to Kia Kite, Kia Tangi, Kia Mihi. Now, I know, no, well, this will be Teen Rooker and I, but I've got to talk to you about that.
Okay, come on. I want to welcome back to our wānanga, yeah, tātou ma. Thank you, Te Papa Mō kōrero. Yeah, so if you have any pātai, any questions, please send them through to us here at Waipapa. And the sun's come out. Your kōrero.
No, well, I need one more kōrero to the Takere out there. We get 30 or 40 people with shovels. We'll go over there and we'll dig a ditch and let the water out of that bloody dam. And we're home and home. It's our own people doing that, but they got all their rich Pākehā mates shooting ducks.
They
said, why do you want to get rid of the ducks? I said, I'd rather see ducklings there than you fellas with your boot. They got a whole lot of booze in that place. I helped myself to a bottle of it. Kia ora koutou, this is your fella's win.
Okay, kia ora wānau.
Kia ora.
Ka pai, he pātai?
Koro. Yes, I just want to, kia ora koro. I just want to, you remind me of the stories that the old people were talking about, how they assimilated the Wanganui people, actually how they or removing any tonga. The waka reminds me of that, koro. It reminds me of the mamae that the old people were talking about when they were removing all that stuff. And then, but again, we've got to remember that the